Chapter 701. Jiang Wang held his breath in concentration, even his heart stopped beating. The flawless concealment allowed him to blend in perfectly with the environment. The method Yin Guan used on it allowed him to temporarily deceive divine Advent cultivators. However, this wasn't foolproof. What kind of existence was Song Hengjiang? He had already made a name for himself several hundred years ago, a character from the same era as Zhuang Chengqian. Even if Yin Guan himself was here, he wouldn't dare say that he could avoid Song Hengjiang's gaze. Perhaps because he had spent too much energy on the Lanhe battlefield, Song Hengjiang's aged appearance was very obvious. His body was bent, and his expression was tired. Walking in this underwater cave, he looked especially powerless, just like any old man at the end of his life. Or perhaps it was only because there was no one around that Song Hengjiang was willing to show his old age. The great lord of Clear River, who had made a name for himself several hundred years ago, was at least a divine Advent cultivator. He should have a golden body and a jade marrow, his cultivation undying. Looking at him now, it was obvious that something had gone wrong. Walking in the cave, he glanced at the stone coffins very casually, then walked directly to the cave on the left, right next to where Jiang Wang was hiding. As Song Hengjiang slowly approached, Jiang Wang's heart tightened. This wasn't an ordinary old man, but a peerless monster that was temporarily dozing off. A huge pressure hung over his heart, causing him to feel a little cold. He didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands, but the huge difference in strength left him with no choice. The difference between life and death could be just a blink of an eye. Song Hengjiang walked to the stone coffins, then raised his feet and walked into the cave on the left without stopping. Jiang Wang gently closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh in his heart. Song Hengjiang clearly didn't think that anyone would be hiding here, so he didn't check inch by inch too seriously, walking directly into the cave. "He's about to die," Jiang Yan said in Tongtian Palace, his voice somewhat rueful. Jiang Wang immediately woke up and said hesitantly, "The Water Clan's lifespan is naturally longer, and he's such a powerful cultivator. How could this be?" Jiang Yan was silent for a while, probably thinking carefully, then said, "He should have suffered some irreversible injury. Back then, he was one of the top cultivators of Shunlin. With his talent, he should have reached true insight long ago. Now, it's still God's descent. That in itself is a problem." Jiang Wang guessed, if he really did suffer some irreversible injury in his early years, then he must have been injured. Raising these Yin devils, could it be related to his injuries? Jiang Yan's voice was light as a feather. "Who knows?" At this time, Song Hengjiang's voice sounded in the inner cave. "Another year has passed." He sighed. He seemed to be talking to someone, and his voice sounded very old. "It has already been 218 years. Wanshi. It's been 218 years. Are you in pain? Pity?" No, it sounded like a person's name. Was there a famous person named Wanshi in the Zhuang state more than 200 years ago? He asked Jiang Yan in the Tongtian Palace. "How would I know?" Jiang Yan said impatiently. Jiang Wang didn't dare to move or relax. The feeling of being in the middle of the two strange blood-patterned sarcophagi was very uncomfortable. It gave him the illusion that he was already a dead man. Also, those blood patterns really twisted people's hearts and harmed their souls. He could only focus on his hearing and listen to Song Hengjiang's voice in the inner cave. Song Hengjiang should be talking to himself, because Jiang Wang didn't hear any response from beginning to end. "I went to the Lan River again. That old bastard is completely dead. His descendants are all good-for-nothings. In the entire Lan River, there isn't a single member of the water race who can stand in front of me. It was because of Beigong Yu's appearance that the Lan River underwater residence wasn't completely destroyed." "Ha, old thing." Song Hengjiang's voice suddenly sounded melancholy. "Unknowingly, I'm also the old thing people call me. Gao Xian is very promising. He's already a perfected person, but he's not a thing. He doesn't respect the water race or the ancient covenant. He doesn't remember Zhuang Qingqian's promise. He doesn't know that he actually forced me to ally with the Luo state to attack Yong. Do you know? He doesn't care about the hatred and persistence of the water race at all. But because of you, Wanshi, I still have expectations for him. Expectations have been disappointed again and again. I'm willing to risk universal condemnation and interfere with the change of royal power to help him sit on the throne. But in the end, he's not tolerant of the water race. I hope he's as pure and kind as you, but he's more like Zhuang Qingqian. No, he's colder than Zhuang Qingqian. He actually used Qingyue and Qingji's lives to threaten me. Do you know? Although he didn't say it out loud, I can completely feel his coldness. Now that the situation is stronger than the person, I can only drag this rotten and sickly body to fight the Lan River again. If you knew these things, you'd be so sad. Was it Han Yin who forced him to this state? I hope so. Song Hengjiang was like all the old people in their twilight years, rambling endlessly. Now Han Yin is already dead. There aren't many old friends left, no matter if they're enemies or friends. On the way here, I thought for a while, but I couldn't think of anything. I don't know if I'm too old, or if they died too cleanly. Death isn't a big deal. I've long been prepared. I've held on for so many years, all for the water race of Qinjiang. Now that Qingyue has grown up, he can do many things better than me. I can rest assured. Only Qingji is still too young. She's still very insensible. In this way, Qingyue also has his shortcomings. He's too proud, he's never willing to lower his head. I'm afraid that after I leave, Gao Xian won't be able to tolerate him. But what should I do? This day will eventually come, sigh. What's that saying again? Death is the only fairness, right? Wanshi, I don't know if I'm more selfish or if I'm more loving towards you. Perhaps you've been in pain all these years? When I leave, I'll take you with me. That day will come soon, very soon. Do you still remember the water duckweed flower? The day it blooms on the water's surface, it's the end of its journey. Song Hengjiang spoke slowly, one sentence after another. It was all over the place. Just like all the old people who talked to the people close to them. They would always take the trouble to share trivial things. But Jiang Wang already had no way to carefully decipher the information in Song Hengjiang's words, because there was an even more realistic and terrifying matter in front of him. When Yin Guan cast the technique on the invisibility cloak, he couldn't possibly put too much power into it. Therefore, the method he set up had a certain time limit. And from that nameless green mountain, all the way here, the time limit was almost up. Yin Guan had added 3 methods to the invisibility cloak. One was used when he was using the Jiujiang profound armor to look at Duyehu. Another was used when he killed Dong A. Now, this was already the last time. The invisibility cloak's concealment effect was almost useless when facing a divine advent cultivator. Once the method Yin Guan left on the invisibility cloak lost its effect, he would be standing naked in front of Song Hengjiang. That would be death. There would be no room for resistance. The time left for this concealment was extremely limited, and Song Hengjiang was still there talking endlessly. Those slow words actually sounded like the rites of a funeral. It was irrevocably approaching. Chapter 702. Jiang Wang clenched his teeth and was about to leave quietly. Of course, once he moved, his aura would be exposed, but if he waited any longer, he would definitely die. He could only take this gamble and bet that Song Hengjiang would be immersed in reminiscence and ignore him. But at this moment, the chattering in the inner cave suddenly stopped. Then, an extremely terrifying aura exploded. The old man in the inner cave immediately turned into a terrifying master. Jiang Wang's heart beat violently. He almost wanted to escape, but his rationality was still there. He firmly controlled his limbs and made himself stay still. If a master like the Water Lord of Xinjiang wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't need to act like this. And he did make the right choice. The aura disappeared in a flash, and Song Hengjiang had already disappeared in the cave. When he was about to reach Qichang Mountain, Du Ruhui's figure suddenly stopped. That aura had always been vague, sometimes not, so he only chased in a general direction. But it had been a long time since the aura disappeared, and he didn't sense it again. The heavens breathing incantation stopped responding. But the culprit must have existed, and he could still change, which meant that he didn't run too far. Du Ruhui stepped out and arrived at the border of Zhuang and Qing. He silently sensed for a while. Before the border defense general of Qing braced himself and flew over, he turned and arrived at the border of Zhuang and Mo and then Buyao City. For a master like him to travel through the four realms, he would incite endless reactions, but he didn't care at all. Zhuang used the newly won power of Yong to intimidate people in the four realms. It was completely feasible and should be done. Du Ruhui quickly moved around the entire Zhuang territory. He seriously searched for the aura that disappeared, but he couldn't find it. He stopped in the air and remained silent for a while. He turned around and stepped back to the nameless green mountain. A tyrannical spiritual sense poured down, covering the entire hill. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the vast Xinjiang River. He stepped out and arrived at the gate of the water palace. The entire Xinjiang River seemed to shake slightly, and an old and dignified voice sounded. The Water Lord of Xinjiang, Song Hengjiang, stepped out of the palace gate. "Honored guest, what brings you here?" "Water Lord, long time no see." When he saw Song Hengjiang appear, Du Ruhui immediately lowered his head and bowed. Song Hengjiang and Zhuang Qingqian were sworn brothers back in the day. According to the agreement they made when the country was founded, the Water Lord of Xinjiang and Zhuang Qingqian should be on equal footing. However, in the current Zhuang country, other than Du Ruhui, there was probably no one else who would treat Song Hengjiang as a monarch. Last year, Ji Xian, the head of the arrest department in Qinghe County, dared to make a move in Xinjiang. It was Song Hengjiang's domineering reply, forcing him to slap his own face. It was to strengthen his prestige. However, after Zhuang Gaoxian ascended to Truth Cave, set up the Life Spirit Tablet in the Maple Forest Dead Zone, and paid a personal visit to the Water Manor, everything changed. The surface of Xinjiang River was no longer a place of self-rule for the Aqua tribe of Xinjiang River. The merchant ships of the human tribe could come and go as they pleased. In the past, Song Hengjiang ruled 800 miles of Qing River, and his influence covered both sides of Qing River. Now, the Qing River Water Tribe had to admit that Zhuang Junzwang and Zhuang Gaoxian had more sovereignty over Qing River than Song Hengjiang. In reality, in many people's eyes, Song Hengjiang, the Water Lord of Xinjiang, was already on the same level as the Qinghe County chief. This time, Zhuang Gaoxian fought with all his might, and the Qing River Water Tribe sent out all their elite troops to join forces with the Luo Kingdom's navy to fight Beigong Yu at the Lan River. As for Du Ruhui, he was the Minister of State, a top-notch Xinhuang cultivator, and the biggest contributor to Zhuangyang's war. However, he was not arrogant at all, and was still very respectful to Song Hengjiang. There was no reason to pick on him. However, Song Hengjiang was very clear that Du Ruhui's politeness was purely a form of cultivation. It was a strict requirement for himself as the Minister of State. If he really respected Song Hengjiang, he would not have come without notice, and directly used his supernatural powers to step on the door of the Qing River Water Manor. For people of their level to meet, there was no reason for them to suddenly appear without prior notice. It was not an exaggeration to say that this step directly stepped on Song Hengjiang's boot. Minister of State Du, at this moment, Song Hengjiang no longer looked as old as he did in the underground water cave. He was extremely tough and dignified. He asked the question again, "May I know why you are here?" Du Ruhui's expression was also very serious. This showed that he was very serious about this trip. Dong A is dead, he said. Yes, the vice minister is dead. Song Hengjiang said. The commander of the White Feather Army, He Badeo, is also dead. Our Qing River Water tribe has suffered countless casualties, and we don't even have a name. Children have lost their fathers, wives have lost their husbands, and the elderly have lost their children. Do you think this is cruel? He looked at Du Ruhui with his turbid eyes. But this is war. He emphasized, this is the war that you chose. Vice Minister Dong A was killed in Xi'an City. Of course, he knew about this. However, Du Ruhui specially came to tell him about this, which made him very angry. Because this meant that he suspected that the Qing River Water Manor was related to Dong A's death. However, in reality, from the beginning to the end, the Qing River Water tribe had only sacrificed for the Zhuang kingdom, from a few hundred years ago to a few hundred years later. When did Song Hengjiang ever stab someone in the back? If he wanted to stab someone in the back, he would have done so a few hundred years ago. How would Zhuang Qingqian have the chance to establish the country? The Zhuang kingdom would not have existed. How would Du Ruhui have the chance to come here and point fingers? The more important problem was that he had to consider whether Du Ruhui came here because he was misled and came to the wrong place, or did the Zhuang kingdom want to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. The important matters of the country lie in the sacrifice and war. Although war is cruel, attacking Yong is the trend of the times. It is also the only way forward for the Zhuang kingdom, Du Ruhui said lightly. He determined the nature of this war. Ignoring the casualties, he only talked about the meaning. Then, he changed the topic. But the death of the vice minister has nothing to do with war. I have chased after his murderer all this way. I did not mean to disturb you. Please forgive me, Water God. Song Hengjiang was so angry that he laughed. In order to cooperate with your attack on Yong, the Qing River Water tribe sent out all their elite troops. Even my son, Qing Yu, went to the battlefield. Tell me, who else among the water tribe that stayed in Qing River can kill Dong A? Is his two-world ruler just a decoration? Is his ceaseless cycle gone? Seeing Song Hengjiang so agitated, Du Ruhui cupped his hands and explained, the righteousness of the water god is known to the world. How can I not know? I am not here to suspect the Qing River Water Manor. I am just worried that the evil person has sneaked into the manor and is up to no good. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Song Hengjiang waved his hand and interrupted him. His voice was already very cold. Minister Du, are you saying that you want to search my Qing River Water Manor? He was already very angry. The Qing River Water Manor was to him what the Zhuang Palace was to Zhuang Gaoxian. No matter what reason or excuse, would he, Zhuang Gaoxian, be willing to let people search the Zhuang Palace? To him, this was almost an insult. Du Ruhui opened his mouth. His mind was full of reasons and trade-offs, but in the end, he could only sigh. With his intelligence, of course, he knew that there was no way to discuss this matter properly. It would be unnecessary to waste his breath. But no matter what, he would not let go of Dong A's murderer. Therefore, after a sigh, he said seriously, the water god's dignity is not something that I can offend. If you insist on not allowing it, I can only ask His Majesty to make a decision. Then ask him to come. Song Hengjiang said angrily, let's see if the blood of the Qing River Water tribe is enough to smear our dignity. The water god of Qing River said this out of pride. It was more to protect the bottom line of the Qing River Water Manor. But at this moment, a dignified voice rang in his ears. How can I trouble the water god to invite me? I am already here. Chapter 703. The Zhuang Emperor, Zhuang Gaoxian, personally came to the Clear River underwater residence. In just a few words, the Zhuang State's Prime Minister, the Clear River Water Lord, and the Zhuang State's Emperor all arrived. This was the highest level of the Zhuang state. The three people standing here could be said to be the strongest in the entire Zhuang state. The fate of the Zhuang state was in their hands. The Water Clan soldiers guarding the entrance of the underwater residence were already weak in the knees. They looked straight ahead, wishing they could block their ears to prevent hearing anything they shouldn't. Among the three, the Clear River Water Lord, Song Hengjiang, looked the oldest. His face was wrinkled and his hair was white. Although the Zhuang state's prime minister, Du Ruhui, looked old, his hair was as black as ink, and his vitality was strong. The Zhuang Emperor, Zhuang Gaoxian, looked the youngest. He looked like a middle-aged man. At this moment, he was wearing casual clothes. His aura was restrained, and his appearance was rather ordinary. However, the majestic aura he exuded was far beyond what normal people could imagine. He was indeed the youngest among the three. However, he was the strongest one, especially when he had just killed the ambitious Han Yin, who had controlled the Yong state for hundreds of years. There was no need for words to kill a real person. Just by standing there, he was like a towering mountain and a flowing river. However, Song Hengjiang didn't show any signs of weakness at this moment. Instead, he waved his sleeves and said with a majestic aura, "May I ask what identity you are using to come to my Clear River underwater residence today?" After the Zhuang Emperor appeared, Du Ruhui restrained his aura and kept quiet. In private, he would often point out Zhuang Gaoxian's problems. However, in front of others, he was always the one who protected the Zhuang Emperor's dignity the most. This was because protecting the Zhuang Emperor's dignity was protecting the Zhuang state's dignity. Protecting the Zhuang Emperor's dignity was protecting the Zhuang state's dignity. Zhuang Gaoxian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Regardless of today, tomorrow, or yesterday, I only have one identity, and that is the master of the Zhuang state." These words were too cold and domineering. It was like he had cleared up all his private relationships with the Clear River underwater residence. He only used his identity as a subject and forced Song Hengjiang to be his subject. This was because he claimed to be the master of the Zhuang state. According to the founding treaty, the Clear River Water Lord was the Water Lord and not the subject. Song Hengjiang was still hunched over, but his slightly murky eyes stared at Zhuang Gaoxian without the slightest fear or evasion. How can the ruler of a country be without manners? How can the ruler of the land be so rude? He abruptly turned his head and looked at Du Ruhui. "Prime Minister Du, you are the teacher of the Son of Heaven, I have a question for you." He was like an enraged old beast, his whiskers shaking. The Son of Heaven arrived without announcing it, and reprimanded without informing me. Is this true? Du Ruhui was silent for a moment before he shook his head. No. Song Hengjiang then looked at Zhuang Gaoxian. What would the Emperor teach me? Zhuang Gaoxian stared at the old man for a while, as if only now did he remember how he had bathed the Lan River in blood back then, sharing enough pressure for Zhuang Chengqian and helping Zhuang Chengqian establish his country. It was as if he had just remembered his dignity and pride. Finally, he said, "I was rude." He had just won Zhuang Yang's kingdom war, defeating an opponent that even the founding ancestor couldn't defeat. His reputation had reached an unprecedented peak. Under such circumstances, being willing to apologize to Song Hengjiang was already giving him enough face. The key reason was that Song Hengjiang had taken a step back. Song Hengjiang's words just now seemed to be going head-to-head, not showing any signs of weakness, but it was extremely appropriate. While he was scolding Zhuang Gaoxian, in reality, he had already acknowledged Zhuang Gaoxian's identity as the ruler of the Zhuang territory, and that the Qinjiang water tribe was under his rule. This Qinjiang water lord obviously knew the bottom line of the emperor and prime minister in front of him. "If that's the case, then please return," Song Hengjiang said. "I am sick, so forgive me for not being able to serve you for long." This was actually acknowledging Zhuang Gaoxian's rule over the 800 miles of Qinjiang as a condition for him to give up on searching the Qinjiang waterhouse. Zhuang Gaoxian didn't look at Du Ruhui, and he didn't ask for the Prime Minister's opinion because he was the true ruler of the Zhuang territory. He shook his head lightly. Prime Minister Dong has the country on his shoulders, and his death can't be silent. Waterlord, I promise you as the Son of Heaven that I am only here to arrest the culprit, nothing else. Zhuang Gaoxian rejected him. Song Hengjiang's problem was that he didn't know that Du Ruhui was really here to arrest the culprit, and Zhuang Gaoxian's personal arrival wasn't to suppress the Qinjiang waterhouse. He didn't know that the culprit who killed Dong A was related to the truth behind the destruction of the Maplewood region, and that the culprit could be a survivor of the Maplewood region. Zhuang Gaoxian watched as the White Bone Path wreaked havoc, and he didn't know the truth about exchanging the people of the city for the White Bone Vital Elixir. To Zhuang Gaoxian, the Qinjiang waterhouse had already been clear for him. 800 miles of Qing River had long been in his pocket. He admitted that Song Hengjiang had made a concession, but he didn't think that this concession was very rare. Both parties' knowledge, thoughts, and judgments were different, and thus, they couldn't reach an agreement. Song Hengjiang didn't know the reason behind it, but it didn't stop him from seeing Zhuang Gaoxian's attitude. At this time, he calmed down and asked slowly, "Are you sure you want to search the Qinjiang waterhouse today? Are you sure you want to trample on the reputation of the Qinjiang water tribe? Your Majesty coming to search the waterhouse is a show of respect to the water god and the Qinjiang water tribe." Du Ruhui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He obviously understood Song Hengjiang's temper, and he also understood Zhuang Gaoxian. Seeing that the situation was going to turn ugly, he immediately stood out to mediate. Deputy Minister Dong's death concerns the honor of the country, and we can't ignore it. But the water god is a hero, who is fit to search the water god's residence. Even I don't have the right. That culprit must have seen this point, and that's why he sneaked into the waterhouse. Your Majesty coming here isn't to investigate the water god, but to gain the trust of the world. Your Majesty coming here is a show of respect to you, and the water god must know this. His words were flawless, and he gave Song Hengjiang enough face, and no one could refute him. Song Hengjiang didn't seem to have a reason to reject him, but he only took a step forward and stood closer to Zhuang Gaoxian. When Zhuang Chengqian was still here, he never brought a single soldier to my residence, and he always treated me like a younger brother, and he never had an arrogant attitude. Now that the country has changed, talents are coming out, and the new generation is replacing the old. He opened his mouth and wanted to search my residence. Very good. His hunched body slowly straightened, and his aura shot up into the sky. He was like a sleeping demon that was awakened, and he opened his eyes to kill. I am the Lord of Qinjiang, and I can be killed, but not humiliated. If you really want to do this, come. He spread out his hands, and his aura was boundless. Look at the blood of the Qinjiang water race, isn't it beautiful? He didn't look old at all. The guards outside the waterhouse were all stunned. Originally, when the water god and Zhuang Gaoxian were at each other's throats, they were already terrified. Then, it seemed like they were about to finish talking, and the situation eased up, and their hearts slowly relaxed. But they didn't expect the situation to change in just a few sentences. Instantly, it was a life-and-death battle. Even though they were terrified, they had the determination to die. They stood out one by one, and walked behind Song Hengjiang. The bravery of the Qinjiang water race was recorded in history since ancient times. Chapter 704. In the Underwater Demon Cave. Song Hengjiang, who was reminiscing about the past, suddenly left, allowing Jiang Wang, who was about to lose his concealment cloak, to escape. But this didn't make him feel relaxed. Because Song Hengjiang left too suddenly, too hurriedly. It was very likely because Du Ruhui had come. What do we do now? Where do we go? Jiang Wang asked in Tong Tian Palace, seemingly out of his wits. Just here. We're not going anywhere, Jiang Yan said. But Du Ruhui, Jiang Yan impatiently cut him off. Think about it. Can Song Hengjiang let Du Ruhui discover the Yin demons here? Would he dare to expose the matter of raising demons? This is still the safest place. Jiang Wang was silent. Jiang Yan changed his tone and comforted him. You've just been invaded by the heart demon and haven't completely eliminated it. Now your mind is in chaos and you can't make an accurate judgment. Just listen to me. You and I are one. Would I harm myself? Maybe it was because of the heart demon, or maybe it was because of the blood patterns on the two sides of the coffins. Jiang Wang's thoughts were indeed in a mess. He appeared to be uneasy, completely unlike his usual calm and courageous self. Startled, he muttered to himself, "How did Du Ruhui track me down? I have the concealment cloak and Yin Guan's methods. There shouldn't be any traces left. Don't worry about that. The world's Tao methods and secret arts are as vast as the ocean. Even the white bone god knows only a drop in the ocean. We can't guess what Du Ruhui has mastered. But one thing is for sure. Since he only found us now, it means his methods are still limited. So don't worry too much." Jiang Yan methodically analyzed, then commanded, "Now go into the inner cave and take a look. I want to know what Song Hengjiang is up to." Jiang Wang didn't speak. He was still a bit dizzy, as if the clarity brought about by the terror of death had faded and that trance had returned. He dazedly turned and walked into the inner cave. His walk wasn't steady, and he was even hit by the coffin on his left. He was in a very sorry state. The coffin didn't move at all. The Yin demon inside was still asleep. "Be careful," Jiang Bo belatedly reminded him. Inside Tongtian Palace, the sea of divine soul flowers was still blooming. The star-twining python was quietly entrenched in it, not making any movements. The worst part was that it was just a feeling. He walked past the stone coffin and arrived at the entrance of the cave. The entrance of this cave was semicircular, and it was obvious that it had been artificially repaired. But it wasn't too detailed. Patter. The sound of footsteps was very clear. "Don't make any noise," Jiang Yan reminded again. Okay, Jiang Wang replied reluctantly. Then he made his way in as gently as he could. Walking into the inner cave, he realized that there was light here, and it wasn't completely dark. The light source came from the center of the cave. It was a glazed coffin, extremely beautiful yet extremely cold. The coffin emitted a faint white light, allowing people to see its shape clearly. This light was very strange. It could only illuminate oneself, but it could not illuminate the surroundings. Therefore, the surroundings of the glass coffin were still pitch black. "Let's go take a look," Jiang Yan said. Jiang Wang then walked inside. There was a square stone platform in the center of the cave. The glass coffin was placed on the stone platform in a neat arrangement. Jiang Wang crossed 3 stone steps. When he got closer, he saw the figure lying in the glass coffin. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her face was delicate, and her black hair flowed down like a waterfall. There was a golden talisman stuck to her absolutely stunning lip. Above her was a small and straight nose, sparkling and translucent. Above that was a pair of enchanting red phoenix eyes. At this moment, they were half open, surging with blood-red murderous intent. It seemed like they would pounce out in the next moment and fight to the death. Inside Tongtian Palace, the netherworld candle suddenly jumped. Then it abruptly calmed down. The moment he saw this pair of blood-red phoenix eyes, Jiang Wang almost wanted to pull out his sword and kill. Because that murderous intent was too real, too intense. Fortunately, there were intersecting chains inscribed with fine glyphs in the glass coffin that firmly bound her. For some reason, after suppressing the impulse to pull out his sword, Jiang Wang felt a great sorrow of unknown origin. The violent change in his emotions caused him to break free from his previous dazed state. After calming himself and regaining some clarity, he thought of a name, Song Wanshi. This was the sister that Song Hengjiang spoke of? Judging from Song Hengjiang's chatter, Song Wanshi had been in this state in the glass coffin for 218 years. She was not dead, but she could not be said to be alive. At the very least, there was no sign of reason in her eyes. What happened to her? Jiang Wang asked. She became a demon. Jiang Yan's voice contained a very strong and difficult to suppress emotion. It was very complicated and impossible to distinguish. Jiang Wang was even more shocked. Aren't demons just demons? Can the water race become demons? How do you think the earliest demons came about? Jiang Yan said faintly. Jiang Yan said faintly, a person who fails to cultivate a demonic art becomes a demon. Demons were people who failed to cultivate demonic arts. He had never heard of such a secret. In the ancient era, the demon wave destroyed the world. Was it just an internal conflict between the human race? Jiang Yan had no reason to fabricate such shocking news to deceive him. So Jiang Wang almost believed it. But this really overturned his understanding. He rarely heard of demons, but he always knew that demons were another kind of race, terrifying and evil beings. In the ancient era, the demon wave that destroyed the world was swept clean by the human race. Ever since the ancient age, there had never been any big waves. In the modern world, they were blocked by the combined efforts of two powerful countries of the human race outside the desolate border and did not advance an inch. But now, Jiang Yan said that demons were also people. People who failed to cultivate demonic art. Jiang Wang was in shock. His thoughts expanded. Song Hengjiang's sister became like this because she failed to cultivate demonic arts? The water race of Qinjiang have always cultivated demonic arts? I do not know this, Jiang Yan said slowly. But there is another theory about becoming a demon. True demons believe that only by becoming a demon can one truly cultivate demonic art. This is the correct way to cultivate demonic art. They believe that demons are a step above the human race, a nobler race. They were defeated in the ancient era only because they were alone. Wait, Jiang Wang said doubtfully. What is a true demon? Are those in the stone coffins outside not counted? Do you think that those mindless demons can cause a demon wave to destroy the world? Are you underestimating the human experts of the ancient era too much? Jiang Yan said. A true demon is a true demon. They are extremely rare. Tens of thousands of demonic arts cultivators may not produce one. Each one can rival a perfected person. Jiang Wang stilled and then looked at Song Wanshi in the glass coffin. Then is she a true demon? Of course not. Jiang Yan sighed. In her current state, she is at most a general demon. She is a level higher than demons and only has simple intelligence. No matter how strong she is, she cannot be a true demon. Chapter 705. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Song Wanshi, who had been possessed, chained and sealed in lapis lazuli pavilion, should not be weak. But she had lost all of her intelligence. A beauty like this had no intelligence to speak of, and had been lying in this underground cave for hundreds of years. No wonder Song Hengjiang would say that he did not know if he was more selfish or more loving. Looking at this lapis lazuli pavilion, Jiang Wang did not know what to feel. His fingers continuously stroked the hilt of his sword. He silently communicated with Chang Si. Why are you always fiddling with swords? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. I don't know why, but I'm very nervous. Jiang Wang murmured. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and said slowly, from what Song Hengjiang said, Song Wanshi's state seems to have been caused by him. Could it be that being possessed can be caused by someone else? Jiang Yan thought of something and paused for a moment before saying, I don't know either. There is no relevant information in the memory fragments of the white bone god. But if the right method is found, it can be done. There are not many things that can be decided by one's own will. But I feel that the will can decide many things. Jiang Wang did not voice a different opinion. He shook his head forcefully. After a short moment of clarity, the feeling of confusion and chaos gathered again. It was very torturous and uncomfortable. It seemed that very strong emotions could maintain a short moment of clarity. He thought to himself as he said to Jiang Yan, "No, I'm not in a good state right now. I have to think of a way to destroy the inner demon." He put his attention on the star-twining python. Inside Heaven Connect Palace, this Ling python that was usually lively seemed somewhat sluggish. It sat motionlessly in a corner. The starlight on its body had dimmed greatly. From the nether candle, Jiang Yan's voice came faintly, "Actually, I know how to use the inner demon to possess the inner demon. That is an ancient secret method. Also, there is a powerful but mindless devil general in front of us. If you can replace her, you will have a chance to truly possess the inner demon." There was a bewitching power in his voice. "I'm talking about becoming a true demon. Become a true demon, 1 in 10,000. That way, you will immediately have the power to defeat Zhuang Gaoxian." He said, "It's very dangerous, but I know that you don't lack the courage to challenge the danger. Can you really defeat Zhuang Gaoxian?" Jiang Wang felt dizzy and was about to say yes. "Of course." Jiang Yan spoke softly as if he was whispering in his ear. He sounded intimate, natural, and sincere. "We are one. We have the same hatred for Zhuang Gaoxian. I've been thinking and searching for a way to defeat him. It was hard, but we never gave up. And your strength is my strength. Your victory is also my victory. Remember? I still need your help to seize the white-boned sacred body. One day this world will be under our control. But after becoming a demon, will I still be me?" Jiang Wang appeared to be very hesitant. He kept clenching and unclenching the sword hilt, as if he could gain some kind of power from it. "After becoming a true demon, your intelligence and memories will be preserved. Do you think it's you?" Let me think. Jiang Wang muttered to himself. "Of course, think as you like. No one can make the decision for you. However, I've searched everything, and this is the fastest way to become strong according to the White Bone God's memories. The distance between the inner palace and the truth insight is like a natural chasm. Many Tianjiao people stopped before the arrival of gods. It's not easy to become a perfected person." I know, Jiang Wang said slowly as he stroked his long sword. Of course, he wouldn't consider it. Jiang Yan should be telling the truth about becoming a demon, but the unspoken part was the key point. Once becoming a true demon, he might retain his memories and intelligence. But why the word retain? A normal cultivator wouldn't lose his memories and intelligence. Why would he need to retain them? Moreover, in the ancient times, why did those true demons think they were a different race? If becoming a demon was just a difference in cultivation methods, if it was just a difference in Tao paths, why did the demon tide destroy the world? Were there not many different Tao paths in this world? Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, the art of war, and Mo, didn't they all coexist? Why were the demonic cultivators the only ones despised by the world? Were demons the only enemy of the human race? Of course, those true demons still had their intelligence and memories, but they didn't think they were humans anymore. This meant that their understanding of the world and themselves might have changed after becoming a demon. This was the root of the change. After becoming a demon, they were no longer human. Jiang Wang didn't lack the courage to challenge danger. What really stopped him wasn't the difficulty of becoming a true demon. Everything he was born as a human, everything he loved, thought of, and looked forward to, he couldn't give up. Moreover, Song Wanshi was still lying here half dead. She had lost all her intelligence for more than 200 years. Even someone as strong as Song Hengjiang couldn't help her become a true demon with all the resources in Xinjiang. How stupid was Jiang Wang to be willing to become a demon for her? He wouldn't consider becoming a demon at all. But now, he had to make Jiang Yan think he had lost his clear judgment. It was very difficult for him to maintain his sanity, because the influence of the inner demon had always been there. He had to rely on his strong willpower to wake up again and think about these things. So he appeared hesitant, confused, and conflicted. If I replace Song Wanshi, what will happen to her? Jiang Wang asked hesitantly. If you take all the devil qi, of course she will. Jiang Yan said, then immediately changed his words. You can't stay here. Go to the cave next door, quick! If you don't want to die, hurry. Jiang Wang didn't hesitate either, because he knew very well that the only reason Jiang Yan would warn him now was that someone else had entered the cave. Maybe it was Song Hengjiang, or maybe it was Du Ruhui. The topic of becoming a demon for Song Wanshi was over. In front of the sharp sense of danger, his body and mind relaxed and he regained control of himself. Without pausing for a breath, Jiang Wang flew out and returned to the main cave where the 108 stone coffins hung. With a turn, he entered the cave on the right. The scene in this cave was completely different. Outside the cave, he couldn't see clearly. Probably due to the concealment of some kind of formation pattern, everything was completely different inside the cave. The first thing he felt was the light in front of him. The inside of the cave was bright and dazzling. It was different from the dark and cramped cave next door. Here, the floor was paved with white jade, pearls were used as candles, gold paint was painted, and cloud powder was applied. Everything was set up exquisitely. Ingenious ideas could be seen everywhere in the opulence. It didn't look like an underground cave at all, but more like someone's boudoir. It was just that one was in hell and the other was in heaven. There was probably some information here, but Jiang Wang didn't have time to observe too much because time was tight. Listening to Jiang Yan's orders, he acted decisively. He immediately found a dressing table made of green jade, pressed 3 times on the exquisite bronze mirror, and then made a hand seal. In an instant, flowing light overlapped, and what appeared in front of Jiang Wang was a magnificent scene. Golden bricks, jade walls, and glass pillars. Clouds and a faint fragrance floated. Although he had been here before, Jiang Wang immediately recognized where this place was: Clear River Underwater Palace. The bronze mirror in the underwater cave, which was suspected to be Song Wanshi's boudoir, could lead directly to the interior of Clear River Underwater Palace. Outside Clear River Underwater Palace, while Jiang Wang was listening to the rumors, Song Hengjiang and Zhuang Gaoxian were at loggerheads. Du Ruhui and Zhuang Gaoxian arrived one after another, and they insisted on searching Clear River Underwater Palace to find the murderer who killed Dong A. Song Hengjiang's attitude was firm, and he saw it as an insult to him. He was determined not to allow the search, and he was even willing to sacrifice himself. The situation had developed to the point where the atmosphere was extremely tense, and a war could break out at any time. At such a time, Zhuang Gaoxian, who was full of himself and should have been arrogant, maintained a certain degree of restraint. He looked at Song Hengjiang deeply and said slowly, "The water god wants to fight with me, but I can't neglect my elders. We have an agreement to establish the country, and we have the friendship of the country war. How can we fight to the death and become a joke to others?" The water god said that there was blood. The blood of Clear River Underwater Clan is of course hot and bright. It flowed through the mountains and rivers here, and it also washed the thousands of miles of Zhuang territory. I saw it with my own eyes and I won't forget it. But Minister Dong was an official of the imperial court, and the country's deputy minister. Yet, he was killed and died a horrible death. If I don't kill the culprit, how can I stand in the world and face the people? Such determination is firm and determined. It won't change for anyone, anything, or anywhere. Therefore, the search of Clear River Underwater Manor must be carried out without any hesitation. Song Hengjiang. He started to call Song Hengjiang's name directly to express his firm attitude. Then, he said, "You are the water god, and you are also a citizen. My hands won't be stained with the blood of the citizens. Therefore, I will give you a chance. I will personally search Clear River Underwater Manor for the culprit, and I won't care about anything else. You can use all your methods to attack me and stop me from searching. I will forgive you for any offense. In this way, you will fulfill my trust as the Emperor, and also fulfill your honor as the water god." His last sentence wasn't a question. That was because it was the final decision. Song Hengjiang could only accept it, and he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. Zhuang Gaoxian felt that his attitude was worthy of Song Hengjiang, and he had given him enough respect. He forcefully searched as the ruler, and no one could say that Song Hengjiang was being submissive. In terms of face, it was acceptable. The emperor's words carried the weight of the country. Zhuang Gaoxian stood with his hands behind his back, but his terrifying spiritual consciousness had already swept over. At this moment, Song Hengjiang suddenly took a step forward. The 800 miles of Clear River was like a giant dragon that had awakened, and the waves surged violently. The power of the entire Clear River was added to his body, and he raised his fist and punched toward Zhuang Gaoxian's face. Anyone who saw this scene would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Zhuang Gaoxian was just giving him a way out, but Song Hengjiang actually stepped onto the stage and dared to attack. Chapter 706. Zhuang Gaoxian's words were beautiful, but he didn't think that Song Hengjiang would dare to attack him. Song Hengjiang used to be a peak immortal arrival, and was only one step away from true enlightenment. However, he suffered irreversible injuries back then and his golden body jade essence was broken. After all these years, the greatest effort he had put into stabilizing his cultivation and preventing his strength from fading away too quickly. Zhuang Gaoxian had just killed a perfected person and was at his peak. The difference between them was obvious. Was the Water Lord of Xinjiang really so brave? A few hundred years had passed and his body was already rotten. It was time for him to accept his fate. Could he still be so brave? How dare Song Hengjiang? He really dared. And he really could. The vast and mighty Clear River seemed to have condensed into his fist at this moment. At this moment, Zhuang Gaoxian felt it deeply. Every drop of water and every inch of space here was imprinted with Song Hengjiang's imprint. He had protected this body of water for hundreds of years. He was Xinjiang and Xinjiang was Song Hengjiang. The so-called master of Zhuang's territory never truly owned Xinjiang. Zhuang Chengqian never owned it and neither did Zhuang Gaoxian. Zhuang Gaoxian had to admit that this rotten old man's fist made him feel pressured. However, it was just pressure. Song Hengjiang waved his fist, waving it just like that. It didn't cause any ripples and passed Zhuang Gaoxian. Zhuang Gaoxian stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. Even his clothes didn't move. This fist ended. Song Hengjiang's lips curled into a bitter smile. He truly felt that he was getting old. He was no longer the domineering Song Hengjiang who dominated the body of water. He thought that he had a chance to shake the perfected person with his management of Xinjiang and the 800 miles of Xinjiang. However, he forgot that he was no longer the same person. When he punched just now, he actually had a chance to shake Zhuang Gaoxian's position. However, he could only make Zhuang Gaoxian take a step back. No matter how much he wanted to do in that instant, he couldn't do it. He was old. He was really old. This rotten body didn't have the vitality that it used to have. His essence, energy, and spirit couldn't be perfected. And he only had that one chance. This was because this moment was enough for Zhuang Gaoxian to see all 800 miles of Clear River. Song Hengjiang withdrew his fist in a daze and stood there, his eyes filled with disappointment. At first glance, it was as if he had gritted his teeth and waved his fist at Zhuang Gaoxian with all his might, but he had merely circled his fist in front of Zhuang Gaoxian before he put it back down. Heroes are past their prime, and heroes are on the decline. His tall body bent down again, as if he had finally recognized his fate and admitted that he was an old man. His back was so bleak. The guards of the underwater mansion, who stood behind him and supported him with their lives, had unknowingly burst into tears. Zhuang Gaoxian did not pay attention to Song Hengjiang's mood. Or rather, he did, but he did not care. What attracted his attention was a mysterious location. The truth-seeking realm allowed one to refine their spirit and grasp the essence of heaven and earth. True insight, seeing through the truth. In the entire Clear River Manor, or even the entire Clear River, no secret could be hidden from him. He had already investigated the Clear River Manor. He noticed that Song Hengjiang's sun was already at the peak of the outer building state and had touched the threshold of the immortal arrival state. He also noticed that there were 3 outer building powerhouses hiding in the Clear River Manor. They were quite rich. The little girl that he had intended to marry was being held by an old man with a tortoise shell on his back. They were escaping from the waters. It seemed that Song Hengjiang was really determined to die together with them. At this moment, he saw through all the secrets of the Clear River Manor. But at the bottom of the Clear River, there was a mysterious place that even his divine sense could not penetrate. What was that place? There was such a place in Clear River? He glanced at Song Hengjiang and disappeared from the entrance of the underwater mansion, heading straight for the bottom of the water. Du Ruhui stayed where he was and looked at Song Hengjiang quietly. From his point of view, Song Hengjiang's reaction today was very strange. Of course, he was unwilling to search the Clear River Manor, and it was reasonable to say that he felt humiliated. But was it to the extent that he had to die together with them? Or rather, was this level of humiliation comparable to joining forces with the navy of the Luo nation? The Luo nation was the biggest enemy of the Water Clan in the world. If Song Hengjiang was so intense and reckless, why would he wait until today? He would have a much greater advantage if he caused trouble during Zhuang Yong's national war. With Du Ruhui's intelligence, of course, he knew that there was a problem. Therefore, after Zhuang Gaoxian noticed the abnormality and left, he chose to stay and watch Song Hengjiang. Song Hengjiang moved and he left as well. In the huge underwater trench, Zhuang Gaoxian stopped in front of the cliff. Those water vines couldn't obstruct his vision at all, but he couldn't see through what secrets were hidden in the cave behind the water vines. He could not see through it at first glance. Song Hengjiang hurriedly rode the water over and blocked him from the cave. The ferocious water vines behind him seemed very docile. "Your Majesty," he said sincerely, "this place is a top secret. Other than me, no one else knows about it. It is impossible to hide the murderer of the deputy minister." Du Ruhui, who followed him, looked at him quietly. It was the first time he saw weakness in this old water god. Song Hengjiang, who dared to fight a bloody battle at the Lanhe River a few hundred years ago, and who dared to attack a perfected person a few hundred years later, could actually have a moment of weakness? Zhuang Gaoxian said lightly, "Whether there is or not, I will know once I see it. This place is the secret of the underwater residence. It is not worth seeing." The wrinkles on Song Hengjiang's face trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, we can talk about the marriage that you asked for the Crown Prince." In exchange for Zhuang Gaoxian not entering the underwater demon cave, he would rather let Song Qingji marry the Crown Prince of the Zhuang nation. Song Qingji was the daughter he had when he was old. He had always loved her like a treasure. When Zhuang Gaoxian first asked for a marriage for the Crown Prince, he rejected him mercilessly. Later on, when Song Qingyue mobilized the Water Race's army to intimidate the Zhuang Ting, he had tacitly agreed to it. He wanted to break Zhuang Gaoxian's fantasy. This time, when he had a conflict with Du Ruhui, He immediately asked his subordinates to take Song Qingji away to avoid possible danger. But he let his son, Song Qingyue, stay in the underwater residence to face it. Song Qingji was the apple of his eye, the apple of his eye. But at this moment, he was sacrificing himself to offer the apple of his eye. Zhuang Gaoxian was silent for a while. He was also moved by this condition. He asked the crown prince to marry the princess of the underwater residence, so that he could completely control the Qinjiang underwater residence and turn the Qinjiang underwater residence into the Zhuang nation. Now that Song Hengjiang was willing to open a path and drink poison to quench his thirst, he had no reason to refuse. But he could not help but think. What was hidden in this underwater cave that made Song Hengjiang give in and make such a sacrifice? Could the unknown secrets be more important than the rewards he had obtained? Chapter 707. Zhuang Gaoxian turned around and looked at Du Ruhui, who arrived at the same time as Song Hengjiang. Minister Du, do you know where this is? Du Ruhui frowned and pondered. He wasn't thinking about the answer, but whether or not to say it and how to say it. In the end, he said, this cave can hide from the senses of a perfected master. I thought about it and could only think of one possibility. There were ancient records that there was an ancient devil's cave in the Zhuang territory. I didn't know where it was, but I didn't expect it to be at the bottom of Qing River. Song Hengjiang looked down as if he had accepted his fate. He knew that everything was irreversible. This ancient devil's cave was discovered by him and his friends in the early years. No one else in the modern world knew about it. However, he didn't expect Zhuang Gaoxian to visit him today and use his divine sense to search the entire Qing River to find this place. There was also Du Ruhui, who was so knowledgeable that he even knew about ancient secrets like the Devil's Cave. It's the ancient Devil's Cave. Zhuang Gaoxian was enlightened. Devils were no longer humans, so the Devil's Cave was naturally different. The Truth Realm could grasp the essence of heaven and earth and see the modern world. However, the Devil's Cave was very distant. However, it was already a strong performance to be able to find this place. If it was a god-descending stage cultivator, he wouldn't be able to find the Devil's Cave even if he covered it with his divine sense. Water God. He looked at Song Hengjiang seriously. It seems that I can't agree. This concerns the Devil's Cave and the safety of millions of people in the Zhuang territory. I have to see it with my own eyes before I can be at ease. His words were dignified and righteous. The demon wave has been destroyed for a long time. With the suppression of the Jing and Mu armies, none of the true demons could walk out of the desolate border. All the Devil's Caves in the human territory have been destroyed. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. This Devil's Cave is where the Water Mansion will raise the dead. Song Hengjiang paused at this point. Zhuang Gaoxian didn't continue to listen to his explanation. Instead, he slapped away all the water vines on the cliff. Then, he strode into the Devil's Cave. Those water vines let out shrill screams of unwillingness, and then stopped abruptly. There was no room for struggle in front of a perfected master. Song Hengjiang looked at Du Ruhui silently. He knew that Du Ruhui would definitely keep a close eye on him to prevent him from running away or doing anything else. However, there was no anger on his face. Instead, at this moment, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" he asked. Du Ruhui felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only said, "I'm willing to travel with you. Come on then." Song Hengjiang turned around and strode into the Devil's Denver. Even with Du Ruhui's intelligence, he was somewhat at a loss. Originally, they were chasing after Dong Os murderer. How did they find the ancient Devil's Cave in the Zhuang's territory? What kind of secret would the Qinjiang water tribe, which was in the process of submission and integration, be hiding in the ancient Devil's Cave? Most importantly, Song Hengjiang's gaze. What did it mean? He and Song Hengjiang were both cultivators of the Ascension God stage, so they didn't find it strange at all when they heard the heavy footsteps in front of them. A secret that could make Song Hengjiang give up the apple of his eye must be extremely important. It was so heavy that even an expert like him was unable to remain calm. Just as Du Ruhui followed Song Hengjiang into the huge cave in front of him, he felt a terrifying sense of dislocation. A strong pressure descended. The Ascension God stage expert, Song Hengjiang, was lifted into the air helplessly. He was lifted up by an arm that was choking his neck. Zhuang Gaoxian's arm. At this moment, Zhuang Gaoxian didn't have any grace at all. His expression was very stern, and he couldn't hide his anger. He choked Song Hengjiang's neck and even lost his composure as he roared, "Song Hengjiang, how are you going to explain all this to me?" And Du Ruhui could completely understand where Zhuang Gaoxian's anger came from. From Du Ruhui's point of view, Zhuang Gaoxian could be called a mighty lord. He didn't lack any of these qualities, such as decisiveness, planning, and patience. Although he was cold, he could be courteous and win people's hearts very well. Today, he came to the Clear River Manor personally for Dong Ah's death. On the other hand, he wanted to beat Song Hengjiang up. However, even though he beat Song Hengjiang up, Zhuang Gaoxian had been very restrained from beginning to end. Even when he was punched, he only lightly brushed it off. The reason why he lost his composure now was because Song Hengjiang had touched his bottom line. The densely packed blood-patterned stone coffins in the cave in front of him and the Yin demons that were still alive in the coffins all showed the connection between this place and demons. Song Hengjiang was raising demons here. This was something that could shake the Zhuang country. Demons were the mortal enemies of the human race. What was the Zhuang country trying to do by raising demons? If this spread out, who would care? That was just Song Hengjiang's own actions. Who would think that it was just the actions of the Clear River Manor's water tribe? Would the Jingwa repair the Yong country come to eliminate demons? Would the Yong country, which had just lost in the war, let go of such a great opportunity as Han Su, who killed his father and gave up his country to seize power? He had just connected with the Mahist sect and became the only country that represented the Mahist sect. He definitely wouldn't be stingy with his strength. Even if they knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Zhuang country, they would definitely overlook this point. For someone like Zhuang Gaoxian, you could be rude to him, you could not give him face, you could even scold him, hit him, or humiliate him. As long as you had enough value, he would even welcome you with a smile. But if you dared to shake his country, he would not show you any mercy. Not to mention that Song Hengjiang was only his grandfather's sworn brother, even his grandfather himself would not dare to touch this bottom line. At this moment, Du Ruhui's first thought was how many Water Tribe members knew about this ancient demon's cave and how to completely seal off the news. As for Song Hengjiang's life and death, he could no longer interfere. In the face of Zhuang Gaoxian's sudden attack, Song Hengjiang was captured on the spot. With his cultivation, he did not even have time to react. Or rather, from the moment he walked into the demon's cave, he had completely given up on reacting. He only looked at Zhuang Gaoxian quietly and allowed this perfected person's palm to grab his throat. He was very clear that if Zhuang Gaoxian used a little more force, he would have to bid farewell to this world. For a moment, he wanted to leave just like that. These few hundred years, he had lived too painfully. He was once a bright and dazzling person, and he was also reckless and flamboyant. He was already tired of this life of struggling at death's door. But immediately, he thought, he could not help but think, after Zhuang Gaoxian killed him here, the entire water tribe of Qing River would be slaughtered and Qing River would be dyed red. If he died like this, who could protect the water tribe of Qing River? Therefore, he opened his turbid eyes and resisted the enormous pressure with difficulty. He forced himself to say, "Why don't you go in and take a look?" Zhuang Gaoxian subconsciously relaxed a little. "Go in." The cave on the left, all my explanations are in there, Song Hengjiang said. I want to see what kind of explanation you can give. Zhuang Gaoxian's voice was cold. He hated Song Hengjiang to the core. He grabbed Song Hengjiang's neck and turned around. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged the water lord of Qing River to the cave on the left. Chapter 708. Du Ruhui opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to advise Zhuang Gaoxian not to insult someone like Song Hengjiang. But in the end, he didn't say anything. As the teacher of the emperor and the prime minister, he understood Zhuang Gaoxian very well. He became a perfected person, defeated his rival Chang Yong, killed Han Yin, and brought Zhuang country to its peak. At this time, Zhuang Gaoxian was at his most high-spirited and arrogant. He might not be able to listen to some of the suggestions. Those Yin devils that had no intelligence to speak of were silent in their respective stone coffins. They seemed to be coldly watching what was happening to these so-called smart people. These so-called intelligent beings were missing out on something. Zhuang Gaoxian dragged the old Song Hengjiang with one hand and finally arrived in front of the lapis lazuli pavilion. Of course, his eyesight was much better than Jiang Wang's. He could see at a glance that this lapis lazuli coffin had some kind of connection with the stone coffin outside the cave. And the hidden power of the woman under the chains and talismans made him raise his eyebrows. This is your explanation? You used the Yin demons outside to raise an even stronger demon? Zhuang Gaoxian's voice was extremely cold. You should let me stand properly, the old Song Hengjiang said. In a situation where his life was completely under someone else's control, his first request was to stand properly. Oh. Zhuang Gaoxian nodded. He responded twice, but the meaning was completely different. He simply let go of her hand. Why don't you take a closer look at her? Song Hengjiang asked expressionlessly. How is a mindless demon worth? Zhuang Gaoxian stopped halfway and his voice became even colder. What are you trying to say? At this point, Song Hengjiang no longer had anything to worry about. When the worst-case scenario that he had anticipated arrived, he actually felt relaxed. Don't you think? He looked at Zhuang Gaoxian with a sorrowful gaze. You look like her? Nonsense. Zhuang Gaoxian scolded coldly. Is the water lord of Xinjiang so unreasonable? For the sake of survival, you're really willing to say anything. Indeed, you look very ordinary and not as beautiful as her. Song Hengjiang glanced back at the glass coffin and then at Zhuang Gaoxian. But that was because Zhuang Chengqian was too ugly. Isn't there a portrait of your grandmother in King Zhuang's palace? Of course, there was a portrait of her in King Zhuang's palace. Of course, Zhuang Gaoxian had seen it before. That was why he lost his composure later on. It was just that at the very beginning, he didn't think in that direction at all. Nonsense, he said. Song Hengjiang then looked at the woman who was sealed in the coffin. His gaze was gentle. Have you ever thought about why your grandmother is lying here at the bottom of Qing River? Water Lord Xinjiang, you are the biggest joke in the world. Why would this demon and I? Song Hengjiang interrupted his self-explanation. Because before she turned into a devil, she was a member of the Water Clan. She was my biological sister. Du Ruhui remained silent at the side. At this moment, he finally understood what the strange smile in Song Hengjiang's eyes when they were outside the devil's den meant. Zhuang Gaoxian had the blood of aquatic creatures flowing in his veins. He was a hybrid between the humankind and the water kind, not a pure human being. Originally, he didn't have the right to be the ruler. He didn't have the right title, the right words, and the right decorum. This was the real issue that shook the entire Zhuang state. Once it was exposed, the Jing state would never acknowledge him as Zhuang Gaoxian. However, what puzzled him was that while it was possible for a hybrid to completely lose the characteristics of a member of the Water Clan, Zhuang Gaoxian was already a Zhenren. How could he not know anything about his own bloodline? When he inherited the throne, how did he pass the conferment of Mount Yujing? As the prime minister of the Zhuang state, he had been in power for so many years. For the first time, Du Ruhui realized that there were so many secrets hidden in this country. What does your sister turning into a devil have to do with me? Zhuang Gaoxian was still struggling. My father is Emperor Ren. My grandfather is Zhuang Taizu. My grandmother is the filial Empress Shi. The filial Empress Shi Wan's real name is Wanshi. Her surname is Song. Song Hengjiang said quickly. She is my biological sister from the same mother, Song Wanshi. He asked, otherwise, who do you think I fought for in the Lanhe River? Who did the Qingjiang water clan fight for? That's a moving story. Zhuang Gaoxian laughed coldly. Raising a devil is a path to death. Do you think that the Qingjiang water clan can escape this calamity just because they are related to me by blood? You probably don't know what a Zhenren is. I know that I don't have any water clan bloodline in me. However, as a Zhenren, you should be able to sense that there is something different, right? Because Zhuang Chengqian was only a Zhenren when he set up the trap. No matter how perfect he was, you should be able to find something different, right? Song Hengjiang's tone was very certain. Because what he said was the truth. Zhuang Gaoxian did know that he was different. That was why he allowed Song Hengjiang to continue. After attaining the Dongjin stage, he knew that his body was different from that of a normal human. It was a very subtle difference. Before this, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. He only thought that it was a reflection of his talent. However, if it was a trick left by Zhuang Qingqian to hide his water clan bloodline, everything would make sense. Song Hengjiang continued to narrate. Back then, Demonis Gu Yi secretly plotted against Wanshi, causing her misfortune. Zhuang Qingqian swore to me in front of her corpse that only his and Wanshi's child would become the ruler of Zhuang country. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. He was too cold most of the time, but only on this matter I have nothing to say. Gui Zhuang Gaoxian knew that this was the name of imperial concubine Hua in Zhuang Taizu's harem. According to the records, she died of a strange disease. Now, it seemed that there was more to it. Zhuang Taizu's imperial concubine Hua was actually a witch? Was she the one who killed Empress Xiaozi? I'm not here to listen to your story. Zhuang Gaoxian was upset. Even if he was a Zhenren, it was hard for him to accept the fact that he wasn't a pure human. He said angrily, "Just tell me why you raised a devil." "Because I didn't want to lose my sister." Song Hengjiang looked directly at him, his wrinkles trembling slightly. "My pure and kind sister was happily married into the Zhuang palace, but when we met again, she was already on her last breath and was about to become a cold corpse. I can't accept this. I could only think of a way to make her become a devil. Only by making her become a devil." Song Hengjiang's voice was pained. He seemed to recall that desperate scene. "I could only think of this one way. I knew how dangerous it was. I hid it from everyone, including Zhuang Chengqian and Qin Yu." His turbid eyes were bloodshot. He looked angrily at Zhuang Gaoxian. "I hid it for 218 years. He could have continued to hide it. However, Zhuang Gaoxian insisted on barging in. Chapter 709. Jiang Wang triggered the bronze mirror's restriction and landed in the luxurious Clear River underwater prefecture. Lights and colors filled his eyes, and there were precious treasures everywhere. Before he could observe his surroundings clearly, he looked at a figure who had just turned around. It was a pretty lady from the water tribe. Before Jiang Wang appeared, she was probably tidying up the room. She was leaning close to a zither and using an exquisite jade brush to clean the dust. When she heard the movement, she turned around and saw a stranger. Her hands trembled and the zither vibrated. At the same time, she opened her mouth to scream. Jiang Wang rushed forward. He stopped the zither's trembling and silenced the sound, and covered her mouth with his other hand. He said in a low voice, "Sorry to offend you, please keep quiet." The situation was tense. He had just changed his position, and before he could establish a connection with the environment, he was already seen. He was in the Clear River Underwater Prefecture. If he alerted the strong cultivators of the Water Tribe, he would not be able to escape no matter how many lives he had. Therefore, Jiang Wang's reaction was rather urgent. He immediately restrained the lady's Dao vitality to prevent her from warning him. The lady from the Water Tribe blinked her eyes and agreed obediently. On her long eyelashes, there were a few drops of water that were suddenly startled. As she blinked her eyes, they fell gently. She looked rather pitiful. "Kill her, quickly get rid of her." Jiang Yan was much more agitated than Jiang Wang. He shouted directly in the Tong Tian Palace. Jiang Wang turned a deaf ear to him. He looked at the lady from the Water Tribe and said gently, "You agreed, right?" The lady blinked her eyes again. Jiang Wang then released his hand slowly. "I don't want to hurt you. I'm just passing by. I won't cause any harm to the Underwater Prefecture. I'll leave immediately. Can you just pretend that you didn't see me?" The lady from the Water Tribe did not speak. She only looked at him fixedly. She looked very serious. Jiang Wang was confused. He wondered if he was too fierce just now and scared her. However, she looked at him carefully for a while. She opened her mouth hesitantly and said, "Benefactor?" The word benefactor awakened his memories. Jiang Wang immediately recalled the second thing that the White Lotus had asked him to do in order to reconstruct his moral values. It was to save the Aquarium clan that had been kidnapped by the Qing River. The Bei knew that he had saved back then seemed to be the one in front of him. Her name seemed to be Xiao Shuang. Jiang Wang subconsciously lowered his head to look at the seashell in front of her chest. Seeing her blush all the way to her neck, he realized that he had been rude. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm fine." Bei Nu lowered her head slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. She had always remembered the handsome young man she saw when she woke up from her coma. Later, when Maplewood City was destroyed, she secretly cried several times. However, in the past year or so, Jiang Wang had experienced so much that his temperament had changed greatly. He was more determined, courageous, and confident than before, so she couldn't confirm it immediately. The joy of their unexpected reunion had washed away her fear. Right at this moment, a rough female voice came from outside. "Xiao Shuang, what are you doing clumsily? That's the former Princess Royal's room. If you accidentally break anything, you'll be skinned." Xiao Shuang hurriedly replied, "I accidentally touched the string. Nothing else." "Really, open your eyes." The coarse female voice cursed as she walked away. Xiao Shuang stuck out her tongue and looked at Jiang Wang. She whispered, "Mammy is actually very nice. She's reminding me. But her voice is a little loud." "Oh, I see." Jiang Wang was a little absent-minded. He was discussing with Jiang Yan in the Tongtian Palace. "Benefactor, why did you come to the Water Mansion?" Xiao Shuang asked softly. Then, she shook her head. "Don't say it if it's inconvenient." She stole a glance at Jiang Wang. "I want to ask if there's anything I can help you with." "Let her take you to Song Qingji. She's an Anne's little friend. You should remember." Jiang Yan was giving advice again. "She's the apple of Song Hengjiang's eye. We can use her to protect ourselves. Don't mention an to me." Jiang Wang coldly replied in the Tongtian Palace. "I won't be so shameless as to use a little girl to threaten Song Hengjiang." Along the way, he had been very cooperative with Jiang Yan and listened to almost everything he said. His refusal at this time was a clear indication of his bottom line. He had almost forgotten about this Bei Nu that he had casually saved. What left a deep impression was when he carried the White Lotus on his back and escaped. At that time, he was brave and passionate, hanging by a thread between life and death. Jiang Wang didn't expect Xiao Shuang to be so grateful. He felt a bit of warmth in his heart. Thinking for a moment, he said, "To tell you the truth, I'm hiding in the water mansion to avoid disaster. My enemies are chasing after me. After the storm passes, I'll leave quietly." Xiao Shuang said softly, "This is the former Princess Royal's room. Other than Xiao Jun, who occasionally comes here, no one else comes here. You can hide here. If there's any news outside, I can help you keep an eye on it." Jiang Wang smiled warmly. "Thank you very much. You're so kind." Xiao Shuang blushed again. She fidgeted for a while before saying, "What does your enemy look like? I'll go see if he's still in Xinjiang. Shui Jun and Xiao Jun are both at home. I'm not afraid." She obviously didn't know about the confrontation between Du Ru and Song Hengjiang in front of the water mansion. "It's an old man with black hair." Jiang Wang didn't intend to refuse. He only reminded her, "You must be careful when you go to check the situation." "I will. I'll go then," Xiao Shuang said softly. She turned around and left the room quietly. Almost as soon as she left, Jiang Wang followed and planned to sneak out of the water mansion of Xinjiang. "Why are you leaving?" Jiang Yan was obviously dissatisfied with Jiang Wang's decision. He mocked him in the Tongtian palace. "Didn't she ask you to hide here? Why do you have to be so sarcastic?" Thousands of spiritual snakes wandered in the depths of the water mansion, exploring the unknown and hiding their thoughts. Jiang Wang's spiritual body was still in the Tongtian palace. He talked to Jiang Yan. "The most important thing now is to escape." It wasn't that he didn't trust Xiao Shuang, but he wouldn't entrust his safety to someone he didn't know well enough to trust. It wasn't easy to survive. He had to be extremely cautious. "Do you think you can escape if you leave the water mansion now?" Jiang Yan asked again. The current situation was that Du Ruhui and Song Hengjiang had entered the underwater demon cave. Jiang Wang had no choice but to escape to the water mansion of Xinjiang through the bronze mirror. For some reason, Jiang Yan didn't tell him that Zhuang Gaoxian was also there. However, Du Ruhui alone was enough to make Jiang Wang helpless. "Then what do you think we should do?" Jiang Wang asked angrily. But this angriness was mostly a cover-up. In fact, he agreed with Jiang Yan's judgment. Du Ruhui obviously had a way to track him. He might not have another water mansion of Xinjiang to hide in. Therefore, it was dangerous to leave the water mansion of Xinjiang. It was equally dangerous to stay here and wait for Song Hengjiang to return. "Because you're too weak. We don't have a choice, right?" Jiang Yan said. "Return to the demon cave." This was a crazy idea. Going back and forth under the eyes of one Dongjin and two immortal descendants. Going back and forth was like being at the edge of a cliff. Chapter 710. In the Underwater Demon Cave. Facing Song Hengjiang's anger, Zhuang Gaoxian was silent for a long time. After a long time he said, "She's already become a demon, isn't she? As a member of the water race, she has already passed away. What you're raising here is not her, but a demon." At this time, Song Hengjiang felt like a boulder had been lifted from his heart. No matter how cold and emotionless Gao Xian was, no matter how scheming he was, Wanshi was his grandmother. Blood ties could not be cut off, he thought. You do not need to acknowledge her, nor does Zhuang Court. The Lord of Qing River, who was so old that his wrinkles were very heavy, said, "She is only my younger sister. She has been raised here for 218 years. She has never harmed or killed anyone. I used the Yin demon energy to feed her. When I leave, I will take her with me." He looked at Zhuang Gaoxian. "Your Majesty should be able to see that day is not far away." Zhuang Gaoxian did not speak. Du Ruhui sighed softly and continued, "Why is Waterlord doing this?" Song Hengjiang shook his head. "Wanshi is too kind, too pure, and does not understand the dangers of the world. Once she left my sight and entered the Zhuang Palace, she was bullied and died. I thought that Zhuang Chengxian could protect her, but he did not. I have to protect her on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhuang Gaoxian was silent. Du Ruhui could only be the bad guy. But this is a risky thing. If people know, the water residents, the Zhuang country, how will people know? I've kept it a secret for 218 years, safe and sound. Song Hengjiang suddenly interrupted him, but his voice soon softened and was shrouded in sorrow. It won't take long, this time. Zhuang Gaoxian carefully looked at Song Wanshi in the lapis lazuli pavilion for a while. He seemed to be moved by the bloodline emotion. The edges on his face softened. The woman who killed her. Gui? How did she die in the end? He even started to use honorifics again. He could not be too respectful. After all, in terms of legal status, Song Hengjiang was of the same rank as him. He was older than him, and in terms of bloodline, he was his uncle. He was killed by your grandfather, Song Hengjiang said. Zhuang Gaoxian nodded. If that's the case, she should be able to rest in peace. Between Gu Yi and Song Wanshi, Zhuang Chengxian chose Song Wanshi without hesitation. He personally avenged Song Wanshi, and in the end, Song Wanshi's son inherited the throne. In Zhuang Gaoxian's opinion, his grandmother, who only existed in portraits, should be able to rest in peace. Song Hengjiang frowned. Clearly, he did not agree. His sister's death was the pain of his life. No matter what he did, he could not bring it back. No matter what he did, it would not be enough to make up for it. But he did not object. At this moment, protecting this glazed coffin was his greatest request. Only Song Hengjiang, who knew Zhuang Gaoxian the best, could read the brutal killing intent in Zhuang Gaoxian's plain words. He thought that his grandmother could now rest in peace. Then, everything that Song Hengjiang did after that was meaningless. Zhuang Gaoxian wanted to kill Song Hengjiang here, destroy the demonized Song Wanshi, and even kill all the Water Tribe members who knew about this underwater devil's den. Your Majesty! Du Ruhui took a step forward and stood between Zhuang Gaoxian and Song Hengjiang. The ancient devil's den has already exhausted its demonic energy. It is not known to the world. I think no one will care about it even after 100 years. Yongchang has just been established and the 4 territories are not stable yet. Lai Xingjun, you have been away from the palace for a long time. It is time to go back. Zhuang Gaoxian looked at him quietly. He understood his teacher's suggestion. Finally, he said to Song Hengjiang, sorry for disturbing you. It is time to return to Xanan. Water God, please take care of yourself. Song Hengjiang did not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell. He still had fantasies about Zhuang Gaoxian because of Song Wanshi. When one was in a desperate situation, it was inevitable that he would have fantasies. Even Song Hengjiang, who was once a powerful martial artist, was no exception. Zhuang Gaoxian chose to let the matter of the underwater devil's den go. Song Hengjiang was relieved. He said solemnly, rest assured, there will not be a 4th person who knows about this place. I trust the water god's promise. Zhuang Gaoxian nodded and left with his hands behind his back. Du Ruhui did not say anything. He only bowed to Song Hengjiang and left with Zhuang Gaoxian. The vast Qing River contained countless joys and sorrows. The underwater devil's den was not known by most of the Water Clan. However, at some point in time, it decided the fate of the Qing River Manor. The former Princess Royal's room was naturally decorated luxuriously. However, Jiang Wang was not in the mood to admire it. When are we going back to the Devil's Den? He asked Jiang Yen in the Tongtian Palace. Wait. Jiang Yen only said one word. Judging the situation in the underwater Devil's Den took up a lot of his attention. Why was Jiang Yen able to detect the approach of a divine, a rival martial artist? Even though he was escaping with Jiang Yan's ability, Jiang Wang still had to think about this question. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a matter of life and death. I am worried that we don't have much time to wait. Jiang Wang pretended to be worried. Soft-hearted, Jiang Yan snorted. He was still unhappy that Jiang Wang let Xiaoshuang go. I asked you to kill her, but you didn't. Do you regret it now? The slowly rotating starry river vortex in Heavenly Palace was faintly dyed dark. Perhaps eternal darkness was the return of the universe. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. I don't want to kill recklessly. If I die because of this, it is my choice. I don't regret it. I will take responsibility for whatever I choose. The Milky Way continued to surge. It was like the long river of time, eternal and firm. The darkness was overturned in the end. Then let's wait. You will remember the feeling of having your life and death controlled by others, Jiang Yan said. Jiang Wang could not sense it, but Jiang Yan certainly did not miss it. Song Qinyue, who was wearing a magnificent robe and had a handsome appearance, walked slowly. He walked past the white jade pillars with exquisite carvings, the everlasting lanterns with the aura of treasures, the standing guards and the silent corridors. His steps seemed heavy. A tall and sturdy general hurried over and blocked his way. He had a nervous expression. Where do you want to go, young master? Song Qinyue sighed. Don't worry. I won't be impulsive. I just want to go to my aunt's room and sit for a while. He said somewhat sadly, I miss her very much. Xiaoshuang, who was tiptoeing past him, suddenly pricked up her ears. She turned her head around in a panic. Young master! Song Qinyue looked at her. What's the matter? His eyes were calm, but Xiaoshuang was so nervous that her heart almost stopped beating. That, young master. I just cleaned up the late Princess Royal's room and lit the mist agarwood. It's not convenient for me to go there for a while. The mist agarwood was an excellent incense. However, before the mist settled, it was easy to be disturbed and dispersed. Song Qinyue did not think too much about it. Hearing this, he settled down and then sighed deeply. Fine. He turned his head and looked at the tall and sturdy general. You see, there is no escape, right? Chapter 7:11. The sky was vast. They were already far away from Xinjiang. Zhuang Gaoxian turned around just as Du Ruhui stepped in front of him. Why did you stop me just now? He asked indifferently. We won the war and expanded the borders of the country. But at the same time, General Duan was deposed, General He died in battle, and Dong A met with misfortune. The Zhuang state still needs Song Hengjiang. Du Ruhui continued, in terms of blood, he is your Majesty's granduncle. The Zhuang state needs him even more. With such combat strength, he shouldn't die at your Majesty's hands. He noticed that when he mentioned granduncle, Zhuang Gaoxian frowned. A king like Zhuang Gaoxian didn't show his emotions easily. The reason he let him notice this was to tell him to watch his words. The king didn't like to hear such words. Du Ruhui was intelligent enough to understand this point, but his expression was calm. He had to listen even if he didn't like it. Sometimes the truth wasn't important. The king's mood wasn't important. What was important was whether it was beneficial to the Zhuang state. Of course, Zhuang Gaoxian understood this principle. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before changing the topic. But the matter of him raising demons is still a hidden danger. No matter how he treated others, he always respected Du Ruhui. When he was still the crown prince, Du Ruhui was his teacher. When he was recovering from his injuries in seclusion, it was Du Ruhui who supported the country. Du Ruhui played the most important role in the series of events, including his becoming a perfected person and his conquering of Yong. This respect was deserved. If your Majesty is invincible, even if you raise demons, who would dare to eliminate them? Any random explanation would be treated as the truth. On the other hand, if your Majesty is powerless, and anyone says that you have become a demon, who would stand up for you? Therefore, in this kind of matter, it all depends on strength. Du Ruhui asked, to avoid future risks, Cutting off one's own arm and weakening one's own strength, is this a wise choice? Before today's secret meeting, he wouldn't have agreed to take risks for Song Hengjiang. However, after learning that Song Hengjiang's biological sister was Zhuang Gaoxian's grandmother, and that Song Hengjiang himself was Zhuang Gaoxian's uncle by blood, many of the doubts about Song Hengjiang's behavior in the past were explained. Especially when Song Hengjiang did not hesitate to raise a demon to keep Song Wanshi. Even though he knew that he was no longer human after becoming a demon, he was still willing to risk universal condemnation. The kinship between him and Song Wanshi was deep and heavy. It was very likely that this kinship would be transferred to Zhuang Gaoxian. For now, Song Hengjiang's reliability had greatly increased. Then, the strategy to deal with the Qingjiang water race had to be adjusted accordingly. He had always taught Zhuang Gaoxian that a ruler should not have personal likes and dislikes. Everything should be done in the interest of the country. A reliable Song Hengjiang was definitely worth the risk. Moreover, the risk might not be as great as imagined. The underwater cave of demons had been hidden for 218 years. With him and Zhuang Gaoxian's cover, this place would only be even more hidden. Zhuang Gaoxian was silent for a moment before admitting his mistake. "You are right, Minister of State. I have lost my composure." Pausing, he asked again, "What is the background of Gu Yi that Song Hengjiang mentioned?" There were no records in history. She came from an ordinary background. How dare she harm the sister of the water god of Qinjiang, the empress of the great ancestor? He looked down at the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. This was the land of the Zhuang country, and now it belonged to him. Now that I think about the story of the great ancestor establishing the country, there seem to be many secrets in it. Song Hengjiang had obviously thought about it. He immediately bowed and replied, "If I am not wrong, she should be related to the White Bone sect. She might even be the White Bone sect's saintess." White Bone sect. Zhuang Gaoxian was obviously surprised by this guess. How could there be a White Bone sect's saintess in the great ancestor Zhuang Qingqian's harem? There were some mistakes in the historical records back then, and many truths have been lost. However, I still have some insights after searching through the historical records. Today, after listening to the water god's words, I have a rough understanding. Du Ruhui looked at Zhuang Gaoxian. He was just short of directly saying that the great ancestor of the Zhuang country, Zhuang Qingqian, had changed the historical records and concealed the truth. Since ancient times, history was written with iron. It was a stain that could not be washed away if a ruler interfered with the historical record. The great ancestor of the Zhuang dynasty had 3 achievements. First, he fought against Han Yin and built the Zhuang country's ancestral temple. Second, he wiped out the evil sect, the White Bone sect, from its root. Third, he combined the scenery with the Tao to stabilize the Zhuang country and lay the foundation for long-term stability. The so-called combining scenery with the Tao was naturally a beautified way of saying it. In fact, it was to submit to the Jing country and join the Taoist country system to obtain the Jing country's political and resource support. Of course, under the circumstances back then, this was definitely a necessary step. The great ancestor of the Zhuang country, Zhuang Qingqian, had a broad vision and was not part of the situation. He broke away from the interference of Qin Yong, jumped out of the quagmire of the western region, and lured the Jing country into the situation. To the Zhuang state, this could be considered a great achievement. However, after the incident at Maplewood City, the Zhuang dynasty wiped out the White Bone sect. In my spare time, I couldn't help but think of a question. The White Bone sect of today was built by Ouyang Lai, Lu Yen, and the other old demons for hundreds of years. When did the White Bone sect that was wiped out by the great ancestor rise? Du Ruhui said in a low voice, "It was not recorded in the history books." Zhuang Gaoxian's expression did not change. He did not reveal the shock in his heart. Du Ruhui's meaning was very obvious. How could he not understand it? The current prime minister of the Zhuang country suspected that the White Bone sect was one of the forces that Zhuang Chengqian relied on to establish the country. The White Bone sect was even one of the main forces that supported Zhuang Chengqian in establishing the country. On one hand, Zhuang Chengqian and Song Hengjiang became sworn brothers. They drank blood as an oath and conferred Song Hengjiang's sister, Song Wanshi, as the empress. To avoid the influence of the marriage between the ruler and the Shui people, Song Wanshi changed her name to Shiwan. On the other hand, he took the White Bone sect's saintess, Gu Yi, as his concubine and borrowed the power of the White Bone sect. With the support of the Shui people of Xinjiang and the White Bone sect, Zhuang Chengqian was able to face the strong pressure of the Yong country and successfully establish the country. Gu Yi's murder of Song Wanshi could not be seen as a simple emotional dispute. It was more likely that it was a power struggle between the Shui people of Xinjiang and the White Bone sect. Zhuang Chengqian chose the Shui people of Xinjiang to personally kill Gu Yi and wipe out the White Bone sect. Later, the White Bone sect in the Zhuang country ceased all activities and Song Hengjiang became the master of the 800 miles of Xinjiang. He was known as the Water God and sat side by side with Zhuang Chengqian. Wiping out the White Bone sect created the conditions for Zhuang Chengqian to establish ties with the Taoist sections. The White Bone sect, an evil sect that claimed to be the orthodox Taoist sect, was the most taboo of the Taoist sects. Why did the founding ancestor, Zhuang Chengqian, die a few decades after establishing the country as a perfected person? The historical records said that he died from his injuries, but now it seemed that it was very likely related to the revenge of the White Bone sect. These soul-stirring past events were hidden in the history of the country. With a little tidying up, it would be a wonderful drama. Unfortunately, the characters in the drama had all disappeared. Until now, there was only the demonized Song Wanshi and the dying Song Hengjiang. This was the cruelty of time, but also the greatness of time. Author's note: apply for leave. Last week, my good brother got married and went to be the best man. I couldn't write for 2 days. Because I saved a few chapters, I managed to get through it. Being the best man on National Day was something I couldn't reject. It was the end of the 4th volume. I needed to think carefully. Writing was especially time-consuming. I couldn't get through it, so I could only apply for leave. Therefore, I didn't update tomorrow and the day after. Everyone, don't wait. Happy National Day. I'll update on October 2nd. Chapter 712. State Minister. Zhuang Gaoxian pondered for a moment before looking at Du Ruhui and saying, "It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. It is taboo for the honored one, and hidden for the departed one. There are some things that I do not wish to mention again." Yes. Du Ruhui replied sincerely, "The heavens are unfortunate, so the world is difficult. The sudden death of the late emperor caused many secrets to be broken. Otherwise, even if this old subject doesn't know about these things, your majesty should know." Zhuang Gaoxian expressed that he would let the past be the past. He did not want to tear down his grandfather's mask, which was also to protect his own legitimacy. Du Ruhui agreed to this. He analyzed the truth and found the history. It was only because as a monarch, he could choose to face, hide, or deny the truth, but he had to know the truth. Zhuang Gaoxian looked up into the sky and stared directly at the blazing sun. "I followed the orders of the heavens and inherited the throne, spreading knowledge and martial prowess, expanding the borders of the country. As far as the eye can see, as far as the will goes. How far will your ambition stop at?" Du Ruhui knew that Zhuang Gaoxian still cared a lot about his water race bloodline. Thus, he bowed and replied, "Your Majesty is naturally the rightful and deserving monarch. He didn't lose to Yongming and was even better than Taizu. Your subject's heart is strong, and I am willing to temper myself." Zhuang Gaoxian turned around and reached out his hands to support him. I know Prime Minister's loyalty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over state affairs. He thought for a while and asked, I have already investigated. The murderer who killed Prime Minister Dong is not in Xinjiang. Does Prime Minister Du still want to continue investigating? Du Ruhui shook his head and smiled bitterly. I went to the underwater manor first only because the Clear River Manor was the only one nearby that could hide from my search. Now, it seems that the culprit has already blocked my methods. After all, the heavenly breathing incantation is incomplete and has many shortcomings. It was my blind confidence that allowed me to barge into the Clear River underwater prefecture. I was too rash. If Prime Minister Du hadn't acted rashly this time, how would I have known about the Devil's Den? Zhuang Gaoxian comforted him and then continued, since Prime Minister Dong is unlucky and the murderer is nowhere to be found, then Prime Minister Du must have a plan on how to deal with this matter. Du Ruhui replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. This old subject has a plan to deal with it. This monarch and minister chatted in the sky. At this point in his life, it was the most high-spirited moment. Thousands of clouds floated around him, and thousands of mountains and rivers were beneath his feet. Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui had already left the ancient devil cave. Song Hengjiang quietly stayed where he was. He slowly leaned down and sat alone on the stone steps for a while. The secret that he had kept hidden for 218 years was exposed today. His feelings were very complicated, but no matter what, it was a good thing that Zhuang Gaoxian did not turn hostile on the spot and the Xinjiang Sea tribe did not face the worst outcome. He leaned against his sister's coffin and tried to smile, but for some reason, his face felt cold and a few drops of tears fell down. It was impossible for an existence like him to shed tears. This was the sadness from 218 years ago, and it lasted until now. The old man helplessly wiped away the tears and stood up again. Time to go, he told himself. No matter how much he missed his sister. All these years, he had never stayed here for long, because the longer he stayed, the more likely it was that he would be noticed. He cherished the secrets of this place more than anyone else. After taking one last look at his sister in the glass coffin, he turned around and walked out. Everything in this abandoned ancient devil's cave was familiar to him. He was the first to discover this place. This was one of his explorations when he was young. The cave on the right was Song Wanqi's room. Because she said she liked the mysteriousness of the underwater devil cave, she personally remodeled it into a bedroom and would occasionally come here to stay. Later on, that matter happened. He brought Song Wanqi away from King Zhuang's palace and said he was going to bury her in the tribe's ancient land. But in reality, he came here. He arranged for Song Wanqi to become a devil while hiding from everyone and personally setting up a secret formation. He captured the Yin devils from the desolate border and placed them in the blood-marked coffin. He used the Yin devil energy of these Yin devils to nurture his younger sister. He had once silently paced back and forth here, reminiscing about the past. Those happy times were especially depressing. There was not much time left, he thought. The stooped old man walked out of the cave alone. His reluctant gaze swept across the blood-marked coffins. He paused for a moment and finally looked around. Then, he followed the entrance he came in and slowly walked away. Inside Clear River Manor, the late eldest princess Song Wanqi's bedroom. Jiang Yan's voice was urgent. Song Hengjiang left and will return to the manor soon. Now is the time. Jiang Wang did not hesitate. He immediately formed an incantation in the opposite direction. His entire body was wrapped in a streak of clear light and he immediately returned to the underwater demon cave. This inner cave with white jade floor and pearls as candles was most likely Song Wanqi's room in the underwater demon cave when she was alive. It was connected to her room in the underwater manor. The styles were all of the same origin. Is it safe now? Stepping on the tiles carved with fine patterns, Jiang Wang walked towards the outer cave where the blood-marked coffins were displayed while asking in Heavenly Connection Palace. Jiang Yan seriously replied, "If Song Hengjiang does not return, then this place is safe. However, before Du Ruhui completely gives up on the search, you definitely cannot leave this." His words stopped here, coming to an abrupt end. Inside Heavenly Connection Palace, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. The sea of divine soul flowers in Heavenly Connection Palace instantly withered. That listless star-twining python suddenly leapt up, its eyes turning pitch black. With a single mouth, it swallowed all of the hidden snakes hidden in the sea of divine soul flowers. Jiang Wang's preparations to guard against the inner demon were instantly broken, and the star-twining python, which had clearly been controlled by the inner demon, had already flown over, looking ferocious as it charged towards Jiang Wang. When Zhuang Gaoxian, Du Ruhui, and Song Hengjiang had all left, this abandoned ancient demon cave had already become the safest and most hidden place. No one could disturb them. The inner demon that had fallen silent and seemed to have been suppressed suddenly launched an attack at this moment. At this point, the dagger had appeared. Everything had happened so suddenly. Jiang Wang had been walking on the line between life and death. His mind had also been affected for a long time, and it was difficult for him to sober up. At that time, he had been listening to Jiang Yan's words. What little attention he had left was also attracted. From any angle of analysis, it was difficult to get a different result. He should not have been able to react to this attack at all. But just as the black-eyed star-twining python pounced in front of Jiang Wang's soul and opened its bloody mouth, there was a series of sharp screeches. The violent and sharp screeches. Nearly 3,000 black snakes shot out from Jiang Wang's divine soul, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The screeches were so violent that they were like sharp arrows, strong wind, and heavy rain. They instantly covered the black-eyed star-twining python. The enormous black-eyed star python was knocked away by the swarm of soul concealment snakes and fell to the ground. The dense snakes crawled all over the black-eyed star-twining python's body, and the screeches were buried in them. On this journey, Jiang Wang, who had been confused, panicked, and hesitant the entire time, had been prepared for this. P.S. It's so tiring to be a best man. Fortunately, there are not many people who can ask me to be a best man. Come on, Qixin's story continues. I can't write fast, but I'll try my best. The climax continues. Let's accompany Jiang Wang. The final battle, the final battle, the final battle. Chapter 7:13. Nearly 3,000 snakes surrounded the black-eyed star python. Of course, Jiang Wang didn't want to kill his Tao Vain True Spirit. Instead, he wanted to expel the heart devil in the star-twining python and regain control of the Tao Vain True Spirit. The Tao Vain True Spirit is out of control. Jiang Yan's voice was very serious. I didn't expect your heart devil to be so strong. Even the Tao Vain True Spirit couldn't suppress it. It even broke my white bone secret art. The giant black-eyed star python rolled around in the Tong Tian Palace. The snakes on its body were shaken off again and again, but soon more snakes climbed up. Every time a snake was shaken off, it would bite off a wisp of black gas. It was the heart devil's power that was mixed with hatred, resentment, and anger. The soul-hidden snakes were weakening the heart devil continuously, but the devil chi was torrential, so the progress was slow. I've always done things with a clear conscience. I've never had the intention to harm others or kill the innocent. I didn't expect to cultivate such a heart devil. Jiang Wang was also very serious. Do you have any good ideas? The birth of devil thoughts can't be understood with common sense. It usually has nothing to do with good or evil. Sometimes, the more virtuous a monk is, the more powerful the heart devil will be. Jiang Yan explained and then said, I'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul flame flower under the nether candle exploded. Half of the snakes that were covering the black-eyed star python suddenly soared into the sky and turned into fiery flame sparrows. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Clang clang, clang clang, woo woo, bang bang. 8 notes resounded in the Tong Tian Palace, magnificent and powerful. Even the black-eyed star python's struggle paused for a moment. The sonorous sound suppressed the heart devil. Jiang Wang had finished copying the 8-note flame sparrows with his soul strength at some point, and had been hiding it until now to use it at this moment. Just as the soul flame flower exploded, the nether candle suddenly lit up, and the candlelight blocked Jiang Wang's soul flame flower at the right time. An illusion appeared in the candlelight. They were countless gray moths that charged towards the netherworld candles one after another. It was a heroic illusion of moths darting into the flame. When the soul flame sparrows fell, the gray moths rushed out of the illusion one after another, turning from illusion to reality, and pouncing on the soul flame sparrows. Jiang Wang and Jiang Yin attacked each other at almost the same time. They had been wary of each other for so long, cooperated with each other for so long, and lived together for so long. This was the first time the two sides had shed all pretense of cordiality. Today, in the demon's den, when Jiang Wang had just escaped from a life-and-death crisis. Jiang Yin Jiang Wang. Jiang Yin never had good intentions, and Jiang Wang never trusted him. The gray soul flames was. Jiang Yin, you really do harbor evil intentions. Wang's course. Jiang Yin sneered, you're not to be outdone either. Did you complete this divine soul flame sparrow while hiding in the depths of the inner mansion? The number of rooms in the first inner mansion had reached 3,000, which was the best concealment for Jiang Wang. Jiang Yin wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Wang finding out. This was the reason why he could counterattack today. How dare I underestimate you? Jiang Wang's face was serious. His fingers moved like flowers. Every time the soul flame sparrows cried, dozens of gray moths would be killed. However, the soul flame sparrows were formed by Jiang Wang's soul power. They had their limits. The gray moths seemed endless. The soul snake and the black-eyed star python were still in a stalemate. The soul snake had the upper hand, but the heart demon controlling the black-eyed star python was still able to hold on. The real problem was the star path vortex. There were 9 star path vortexes in Tongtian Palace. 3 of them were sun, moon, and star. The 3 star path vortexes were heaven, earth, and man. They were the source of Tao energy, the manifestation of the heavenly cycle, and the foundation of Tongtian. Controlling them was equivalent to controlling the source of power of Tongtian Palace. It was for this reason that Jiang Wang chose to activate the Star Path Vortex immediately after starting the battle with Jiang Yin. But now, he found that he couldn't control all the Star Path Vortexes. Tongtian Palace was his home ground. It was also the reason why Jiang Yin didn't dare to act rashly. But the Tao Vein True Spirit was born when the Tao Vein was opened. It was also the core of Tongtian Palace. Jiang Yin used the power of the Heart Demon to control the star-twining python. In turn, he gained the home ground advantage. At least in Tongtian Palace, he had the same authority as Jiang Wang. Therefore, Jiang Yin and Jiang Wang each occupied 4 of the 9 star path vortexes. The last one couldn't be used by either side. This was a foreshadowing plan. Early in the Maple Forest Dead Zone, Jiang Yin used Jiang Wang's mood to return to his old home to trigger his hatred. Using his obsession with Dong A, he triggered Jiang Wang's trip to Wangjiang City. On the surface, it was Jiang Wang's hatred for Dong A that suppressed his moral integrity. In reality, Jiang Yin used this hatred and obsession to shake Jiang Wang's beliefs, causing him to doubt himself and feel guilty. This created an opportunity for the heart demon to be born. After that, he constantly stirred up his killing intent. It reached its peak when he entered Xian, and at night to kill Dong A. When he killed Dong-A, the heart demon was born. Dong-A's death caused Jiang Wang to lose control of his mind, causing the heart demon to emerge. On that rainy night in Xan City, Jiang Yan pretended to faint during battle to make Jiang Wang lose his vigilance. And when Jiang Wang's mind was shaken as he fled Xian City, Jiang Yan made a prompt decision to use the heart demon to fully erode him. In the midst of his hatred and obsession, Jiang Wang fainted on the spot and fell into the rainy night. If not for the Manjushri 8 characters curse left behind by the Xiankong Temple's bald donkey, if not for the Shaoxi sword protecting him, if not for the fiery bone lotus, if not for Jiang Wang's own tenacity, if any of these 4 were missing, Jiang Yan would have succeeded long ago. Even if he had these, he would have almost succeeded. If not for Du Ruhui's sudden appearance, but it was not too late. Now that Zhuang Gaoxian, Du Ruhui, and Song Hengjiang had all left, no one would disturb him in this abandoned ancient devil's Denver. It was the best time for him to harvest. Jiang Wang's reaction had indeed surprised him, but it was also time for him to let Jiang Wang know what it meant to be a gap. A true gap. In the past, his helplessness and cooperation with Jiang Wang were just a hypocritical game. Now was not the perfect time, but he could not wait any longer. The netherworld candle emitted a faint light. Jiang Wang's voice floated in the air. Jiang Wang, you are truly excellent. This hate-eating moth is only so strong because of your nourishment. Today's divine soul flame sparrow is even more impressive. I also want to see what other surprises you can bring to me as I. So this gray moth is called hate-eating. It grows by devouring hatred? If he wanted to destroy this gray moth, Jiang Wang extinguished the thought that had just occurred to him. It was impossible for him to forgive Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui. His left hand, which had finished forming hand seals, bloomed like a lotus and cast Tao art. The eyes of the hate-eating moths suddenly lit up with flames and soaked in blood. Here came hatred, here came jealousy. Jealousy burned. Chapter 7:14. Since the hate-eating moths used hate as their source of power and grew by eating hate, what would happen if they were mixed with other emotions? The Tao technique flame of envy was to prove this answer. The hate-eating moths with red eyes were instantly thrown into chaos. If the hounds that had originally followed Jiang Yan's command were orderly, charging wave after wave at the divine soul flame sparrows, at this moment they were in chaos, without any momentum, and even killing each other. The hate-eating moths almost collapsed. Under Jiang Wang's precise control, the divine soul flame sparrows immediately gathered, penetrated the moths, and charged at the nether candle. He wanted to use this opportunity to finish off the nether candle in one fell swoop. If compared to a battle between 2 armies, this was a direct attack. But the nether candle flashed, and the fleeing hate-eating moths instantly gathered. It was as if a unified will was suddenly implemented. 10 moths formed a group, 10 groups formed a team, 10 teams formed a regiment. The dense group of hate-eating moths that should have fallen into the flame of envy instantly recovered, and even became a well-trained army. This was extremely terrifying, extremely fine control, commanding thousands of hate-eating moths, and being able to be specific to each one. In comparison, Jiang Wang's control of the divine soul flame sparrows was like child's play, and paled in comparison. The hate-eating moths' formation was tight, and their coordination was exquisite. They immediately surrounded the divine soul flame sparrows and then drowned them. The gray tide drowned the sparks. There were only muffled sounds. Jiang Wang could only futilely detonate the divine soul flame sparrows one by one, but could not shake the hate-eating moths at all. His clever flash of inspiration, his decisive tactical choice, from beginning to end, perfectly fell into Jiang Yan's trap. Jiang Yan had never lost control of the hate-eating moths. He even said the name of the hate-eating moths intentionally to mislead. He was too clear about Jiang Wang's Tao technique system, completely aware of the effect of the flame of envy, and knew what choice Jiang Wang would make. Of course, he already had a target. The hate-eating moths were not only not afraid of the flame of envy, they could turn envy into hate and strengthen themselves. He was misleading Jiang Wang, making Jiang Wang think he saw a chance of victory, and make the wrong choice, gathering the divine soul flame sparrows for a surprise attack. And then he would command the hate-eating moths to surround and destroy this part of the soul power in one fell swoop. Straightforward, sharp, simple, and efficient. This was the true style of a famous general. Jiang Wang divided his soul power into two parts. Half of his power turned into the soul snake, which was entangled with the black-eyed star python, and the other half turned into the soul flame sparrow, which was wiped out by Jiang Yan. If this was a confrontation between two armies, then as soon as they charged into the enemy's ranks, half of Jiang Wang's forces had already been wiped out. His defeat was imminent. At this moment, the black-eyed star boa restrained the remaining divine soul power, while the hate-eating moths spread out and swarmed toward Jiang Wang's divine soul. Behind the group of hate-devouring moths, the netherworld candle had also floated up and was rapidly approaching. Jiang Wang seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation after only one encounter. But in this heavenly palace, Jiang Wang's soul body, which seemed to be isolated and helpless, actually didn't retreat, panic. He only looked up at the sky. Jiang Wang's Tongtian palace was simple and unadorned, with a heavy historical aura. At this moment, a bright moon rose from the dome. That was Sauvignon yearning. The bright moon hung upside down, so moonlight poured down. The moonlight was sword light. Endless sword light poured down, slicing the hate-eating moths that had pounced in front of Jiang Wang into pieces. The sword light swept the ground, then suddenly gathered and turned into a long sword, which fell into Jiang Wang's hands. This was the manifestation of Sauvignon Yearning's sword spirit. Unknowingly, the sword had already become a living thing, and with the long sword in hand, Jiang Wang charged toward the netherworld candle without hesitation. With a sword in hand, he could stop 10,000 soldiers. There was nothing he couldn't fight and nothing he couldn't kill. At this moment, Jiang Yan also understood a lot of things. Why did Jiang Wang keep stroking the sword hilt and touching Sauvignon Yearning? He was just pretending to be nervous to hide the birth of Sauvignon Yearning's sword spirit. Sauvignon Yearning's sword spirit had long been traceable. In front of the previous dragon light shooting doe, it had a reaction. It was probably in the process of protecting its master this time that it finished the last part of the journey, and the sword spirit was successfully born. Jiang Wang was the sword master of Sauvignon Yearning, so he immediately sensed the changes in Sauvignon Yearning. But he concealed this matter, using it as a means to turn the tables. Unexpected! Jiang Yan's voice seemed to be full of praise. When did you start being wary of me? When? What do you think? Jiang Wang approached and slashed with his sword. After discovering your existence, I didn't dare to sleep peacefully for even a day. From the moment he discovered Jiang Yan in the Yanglands until now, Jiang Wang had never let down his guard. On that rainy night outside Xian city, when he sensed that something was wrong, even though the netherworld candle was still and Jiang Yan seemed to have fainted, he still chose to cover the netherworld candle with the soul flower sea and summoned the soul concealment snakes to stand guard. But Jiang Yan was too terrifying. Even though he was so cautious, he still unknowingly fell for the trap. Using hatred to birth a heart demon, then using the heart demon to complete the invasion, this method was exquisite. In the first round of confrontation, Jiang Wang could be said to be completely defenseless. He could only guard his soul to the death, using his remaining willpower to support himself. Only then did he last until Du Ruhui appeared. Sensing danger, Jiang Yan could only give up on possessing Jiang Wang and instead choose to awaken him to escape. This was a choice he had no choice but to make. But Jiang Yan understood Jiang Wang very well. In order to prevent him from resisting, he immediately fabricated the lie that the heart demon had been suppressed. In reality, he was using the heart demon to control the Tao Vein true spirit, preparing for the final battle. At the same time, while commanding Jiang Wang to escape, he used the heart demon to continue pressuring Jiang Wang, preventing him from thinking clearly. Moreover, as soon as he escaped danger, Jiang Yan immediately chose to act. This was because he knew very well that as long as Jiang Wang was given enough time to calm down and think, Jiang Wang would definitely be able to find the problem. But Jiang Wang still exceeded his expectations. After the nameless mountain woke up, Jiang Wang was indeed trapped in a state of chaos for a long time. But under the intense emotional impact, he gained several brief moments of clarity. And in order to escape danger, Jiang Yan could only relax his suppression many times. During these brief intervals, Jiang Wang had already sorted out his own situation. The answer to all the questions pointed to Jiang Yan. The only problem left was to fight. And Jiang Wang never ran away from battle. Although this day had come so suddenly, Jiang Wang had prepared for it for a long time. The soul flame sparrow completed in the depths of the inner residence was only one of them. He sorted out all his advantages and naturally noticed the changes in Chang Xiangxi. He noticed that this famous weapon, which had been with him day and night, already had a spirit. In the demon cave and the underwater residence, Jiang Wang had seized every moment to communicate with Chang Xiangxi. It was all for this moment that the sword spirit manifested the heavenly palace and helped him kill Jiang Yan. When this sword swept out, it was like a famed scholar in dire straits, swinging his brush in a drunken stupor. Although he was poor and dejected, he still displayed boundless elegance. The sword light swept out, splitting heaven and earth. Jiang Yan's voice faintly sounded from the netherworld candle. This talent in the Tao of the sword is truly admirable. Above the candle flame, a wisp of smoke suddenly curled up and gathered into a hand. And the dim yellow candlelight gathered over and condensed into a sword. The hand formed by the wisp of smoke held the sword formed by the candlelight. It also swept out with a sword, also a famed scholar in dire straits. Chapter 7:15. Jiang Wang moved like lightning, wielding his sword. Jiang Yan, with the dark candle as his body and green smoke in his hand, also danced with his sword. One sword was like frost and snow, the other like a yellow candle. One sword was the manifestation of the sword spirit, the other formed from the light of treasure. One sword was the fall of a famed scholar, the other was the fall of a famed scholar. Two similar sword forms of the human Tao collided. The two swords crossed. Sword edge against sword edge, sword horizontal against sword horizontal. The long sword turned, and a sword that was not of its own volition appeared. The sword forms turned again, and like the rising sun, the two blazing sword lights clashed, unleashing the sword of youth and frivolity. This sword passed by. Jiang Wang turned around, and the dark candle turned upside down. The sun rose and the sun set. The sword turned with the momentum of an old general past his prime, and its momentum never returned. The two suns clashed. The tip of the sword pressed against the tip of the sword, neither of them giving way. Their sword forms, their choice of timing, and even the support they received from Heaven Connecting Palace were all the same. Jiang Yan had completely grasped all of Jiang Wang's sword forms, and his understanding was no less than his own. Just how terrifying was this? The human Tao sword forms were the strongest sword forms Jiang Wang had comprehended up to this point, and they truly belonged to him, and were the part of him that stood out the most. But now, they had completely reappeared on Jiang Yan's body. If this battle ended in defeat, would anyone discover that Jiang Wang was no longer Jiang Wang? What else could prove his existence? This sort of reappearance was far more terrifying than a stronger technique. Perhaps this had been Jiang Yan's goal all along. Jiang Wang, I am you. I understand everything about you, and I know everything you know, and I am even stronger than you. You don't have any chance of winning, so why bother putting up a pointless resistance? Jiang Yan's voice came from the dark candle, attempting to break through Jiang Wang's psychological defenses. Give your body to me. No, just give it to your better self. Let us become a better me together. You will see that I will do much better. Du Ruhui, Zhuang Gaoxian, Zhang Linchuan, they are nothing. They are not worth your suffering for so long. I will definitely kill them for you. The two swords collided and separated. As he spoke, Jiang Wang floated past the soul concealment snake and the black-eyed star python that were fighting. Hearing these words, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the nether candle with a cold gaze. My tenant, are you really me? He suddenly pulled back his sword and slashed at himself. A large chunk of the flesh and blood manifested from his soul was cut off. That meant that Jiang Wang's soul source had been severed. This kind of pain was beyond anyone's imagination. Even someone as tough as Jiang Wang couldn't help but clench his teeth and groan in pain. His fleshly body, which was still in the underwater devil cave, suddenly went limp and fell to the ground, rolling continuously. This sword strike was a heart-wrenching pain. It spread from the divine soul to the physical body. It was simply unbearable. And within Tongtian Palace, the piece of flesh materialized from the god's soul fell down. It fell from the very beginning. The black-eyed starry python, which had been possessed by the heart devil, had been suppressed by the soul concealment snake. Perhaps restraining Jiang Wang's divine soul power was also what Jiang Yan wanted. But at this moment the soul concealment snake consciously separated and scattered, giving up on attacking the black-eyed starry python. And this piece of flesh materialized from the soul concealment snake fell into the black-eyed starry python's huge mouth. Damn it! Nether Candle, who was rushing over, roared angrily. At this moment, it was Jiang Wang's heart devil that was occupying the Dao Vein's true spirit. As soon as Jiang Wang's soul source fell in, it was instantly devoured by the heart devil. With this nourishment, black smoke suddenly rose from the black-eyed starry python's body. That pair of ink-black snake eyes had an even deeper shade to them. It was developing intelligence. This was Jiang Wang's real heart devil. It was born from Jiang Wang's hatred by means of Jiang Yan's means. Jiang Yan controlled this heart devil and used it as a weapon to attack Jiang Wang. With this, he occupied the Dao Vein's true spirit and competed with Jiang Wang for control of Tongtian Palace. In this way, he built up an absolute advantage and forced Jiang Wang to retreat repeatedly. But the premise of all this was that the heart devil had no consciousness. The possibility of the heart devil developing intelligence had been erased by Jiang Yan, which was why Jiang Yan could control it so easily. Jiang Yan had been trying to tell Jiang Wang that he was Jiang Wang's heart devil. He and the heart devil came from the same source and could be one. But on that rainy night outside Xian City, Jiang Wang had realized the moment he saw the heart devil. The heart devil was the heart devil, and Jiang Yan was Jiang Yan. This was the problem. The reason why he had destroyed his own soul origin was to help the heart demon grow and develop true intelligence. How terrifying was the heart devil! Any cultivator would destroy it as soon as possible. No one would think of actively nurturing and strengthening the heart devil. At any time, this seemed like a suicidal thing to do. But only at this moment it was a marvelous move. Because after the heart devil developed intelligence, the first thing it wanted to deal with was not Jiang Wang, but Jiang Yan, who had been controlling it all this time. Because the heart devil also had a basic need after developing intelligence, and that was to occupy the body that gave birth to it. And this was the bottom line that Jiang Wang and Jiang Yan would never compromise. In other words, Jiang Wang had deliberately destroyed himself and lured in a strong enemy, turning the fight for the body into a three-way fight between him, Jiang Yan, and the heart devil. The confrontation between two armies had turned into a three-way battle. For the weaker side, disrupting the situation was the best choice. It was a fight to the death. Even Jiang Yan had not thought of this step. When the two sides had clashed and retreated, he had noticed that Jiang Wang's position had shifted slightly. But he had only thought that Jiang Wang might be secretly planning to attack the black-eyed star python and take back control of the Dao Vein's true spirit. And he had been prepared for this. He wanted to give Jiang Wang a heavy blow. But he had not expected that Jiang Wang would destroy his own soul origin. This step was so decisive and so talented. As expected, my decision was correct. I cannot let you continue to grow. Jiang Yan's voice came from the netherworld candle that controlled the candlelight sword. And as he spoke, a black-robed youth leapt out of the black-eyed star python. Endless black smoke condensed into this person. He had the same appearance as Jiang Wang, but the black robe and the madness in his eyes made it easy to distinguish the two. The birth of intelligence, Jiang Wang's heart devil. With a shake of his hand, the black smoke condensed into a sword and gathered in his hand. He turned around and unhesitatingly slashed at Deep Abyss Candle. At the same time that his intelligence was born, he had already broken free from Jiang Yan's control. And as the heart devil that had truly absorbed Jiang Wang's soul origin, he was truly Jiang Wang's dark side. Once his intelligence matured, he would be able to inherit all of Jiang Wang's talent and wisdom. Right now, he was only in his nascent state, but Jiang Wang's decisive and fierce side had already appeared. Although he was crazy, hateful, cold, selfish, and had amplified all of Jiang Wang's negative traits, he was not stupid. Right now, of the three sides in Heaven Connecting Palace, he and Jiang Wang knew each other very well, and Jiang Yan was unfathomable. He had controlled the situation from beginning to end and was unquestionably the strongest. Jiang Wang had destroyed his own soul origin to create a heart devil to break out of this situation. In a three-way battle, the weak should be united against the strong. So he attacked Deep Abyss Candle without hesitation. Just as he knew, Jiang Wang would do the same. Chapter 7:16. After the inner demon appeared, the situation was instantly reversed. For Jiang Wang, his greatest advantage was the heavenly palace itself. Jiang Wang was the source of this body and the source of his soul. His heavenly palace was innately under his control. Jiang Yan didn't have the right to compete with Jiang Wang for the heavenly palace. He first gave birth to the inner demon, and then used the inner demon, which was of the same origin as Jiang Wang, to occupy and control the Dao Vein true spirit. That was how he was able to compete with Jiang Wang in the heavenly palace. Now that Jiang Wang had injured himself to nourish the inner demon, and the inner demon had given birth to intelligence, Jiang Yan's authority over the heavenly palace was instantly taken away. At this moment, Jiang Wang was the undisputed master of the heavenly palace, and the inner demon had firmly occupied the Dao Vein true spirit, gaining half of the authority over the heavenly palace. Only Jiang Yan had become an undisputed outsider. The heavenly palace here naturally suppressed him. And the suppression of outsiders by the heavenly palace had always been an important factor for Jiang Wang to contend against Jiang Yan. Before the real battle, Jiang Yan's first plan was to remove this reliance and take away Jiang Wang's advantage. But now, with his calmness, tenacity, and courage, Jiang Wang had found his reliance again. Only now did he see a glimmer of hope in this long battle of wits and courage against Jiang Yan. The 9 star rivers spun. Half of them gave Jiang Wang power, while the other half was used by the inner demon. In this small world built by the heavenly palace, Jiang Yan was the enemy of the entire world. At this time, Jiang Wang was standing on the dome of the heavenly palace, the nether candle was floating in the air, and the black-eyed star python was entrenched on the ground. The inner demon leaped out of the black-eyed star python's body. The 3 sides were divided into upper, middle, and lower positions. The inner demon had been controlling the black-eyed star python, not allowing the Tao Vein true spirit to have a different master. Obviously, it knew where his foundation was. It could be seen that although it had just gained intelligence, it already had a deep understanding of battle and the world. If it didn't have Jiang Wang, it could be considered a powerhouse. If it had enough time to grow, it would be able to absorb everything about Jiang Wang. This was the most terrifying part of the inner demon. The black-cloved inner demon's sword moved from bottom to top, swift and ruthless. The sword was dark, and the sword light was also pitch-black, as if it had annihilated all light. It was as if the night had been lifted up and the entire night had been flipped over, covering the sky. A tragic old general in his twilight years was died by the devil Qi, causing the world to darken. The sword's power was greatly amplified under the support of the Tong Tian Palace, while the dim light of the netherworld candle shrank under the suppression of the Tong Tian Palace. The black-cloved inner demon immediately drew his sword. Jiang Wang didn't hesitate either. His sword was already past its prime. From top to bottom, it was as tragic as the setting sun. Inner demons were one of the most feared existences of all cultivators. They were their own weaknesses and flaws in their path of cultivation. They were also the lifelong enemies of cultivators. However, for Jiang Wang, who had a firm Tao heart, inner demons were actually not that scary, and there was not much room for them to be born. It was only under Jiang Yan's secret manipulation that the crack was formed. Even though it had gained intelligence today, and was in its most difficult state to deal with, Jiang Wang was still confident that he could deal with it alone. Because he had come this far with a clear conscience. Back in the ruins of the withered courtyard, under some mysterious influence, his Tao heart had already been interrogated. His Tao heart was firm. With a clear conscience, he could be fearless, and Jiang Yan was an existence that caused him to be on edge and not dare to sleep at night. The first time he had sensed Jiang Yan's existence, it was because Jiang Yan had tried to influence his thoughts and decisions. From the start, Jiang Wang had never trusted Jiang Yan. His cultivation continued to deepen and strengthen, but he still couldn't figure out Jiang Yan's background. It was as if Jiang Yan was also rapidly growing, constantly suppressing his soul. This was especially terrifying, because since Jiang Wang started cultivating until now, he felt that he'd already put in all his effort and hadn't wasted any time, so it was impossible for him to advance any faster. Yet, Jiang Yan was always in the lead. If one day his cultivation slowed down, would he be instantly devoured by Jiang Yan? Because of this, he feared the unknown and didn't dare to be at ease. If he didn't kill Jiang Yan, he wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. The inner demon and Jiang Wang didn't speak, but they cooperated with tacit understanding. Both of them had the same talent for battle, causing their swords to be close to the Tao. One was from bottom to top, the other from top to bottom. One was like the dark night, the other was like the setting sun. One was darkness, the other was light. The two sides merged, and the dividing line between light and darkness was that eerie candle, fixed in the air. Jiang Yan was silent, the candle light also stilled, as if it could only wait for death and there was no other choice. The black-clothed inner demon arrived first, the darkness almost swallowing the candle light. The green smoke hand holding the candlelight sword above the candle suddenly loosened. The candle-light sword fell from the hand, dissipating in the air and returning to the candle. Loosening one's sword in battle was tantamount to giving up struggle for a swordsman. But Jiang Wang's heart trembled and he raised his guard. Because no matter how he looked at it, Jiang Yan didn't seem like a coward who would give up struggle. Loosening one's sword was more like giving up on concealment. Thus, in front of him, he saw the hand of green smoke on the netherworld candle, its 5 fingers spread open like a lotus flower. This palm seemed to cover heaven and earth, absorbing everything. With a flip of the palm, it had already grasped the black smoke sword in the black-clothed inner demon's hand. The black-cloved inner demon's sword momentum came to an abrupt halt. As Jiang Wang's inner demon, he had also inherited Jiang Wang's talent for battle. In front of this sudden huge gap, he directly abandoned his sword and made a hand gesture. A sea of spiritual flowers, based on the black spiritual flame flowers, instantly spread out. The black-cloved inner demon retreated while raising his sword momentum again, waiting for a counterattack. Bam! The smoke hand on the candle directly crushed the black smoke sword, which was covered with devil chi, and then slapped at him. The sea of spiritual flowers, which was filled with the power of the inner demon, was directly shattered. This slap followed a mysterious trajectory, broke through the distance in the sense of space, and grabbed the black-clothed inner demon's neck. All of his subsequent resistance was completely shattered. Roar! The black-clothed inner demon's eyes instantly turned red, and he roared crazily. Blood smoke began to rise from his body, which was filled with the power of the inner demon. He had already burned his origin and entered a state of desperate struggle. Fierce, decisive, and valiant. The evil feeling emitted by the blood smoke frightened even Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Yan's hand, made of green smoke, suddenly clenched. The black-clothed inner demon exploded. The roar came to an abrupt halt. The black smoke and blood smoke all dissipated. At this moment, Jiang Wang's sword didn't even have time to fall. Everything happened so suddenly. Jiang Yan's outburst was completely unstoppable. It was like a boulder crushing an ant. The ant might have made the fiercest resistance in its life, but the boulder didn't notice it at all. It was easily crushed. The inner demon, which Jiang Wang cultivated by cutting off the origin of his soul, had already developed intelligence, and was a terrifying inner demon that any cultivator had to deal with carefully. But he was crushed to death with a single slap. What kind of huge gap was this? What kind of terrifying gap was this? The black-clothed inner demon had already reacted very quickly. Jiang Wang knew that if he were in a different body, even if he could do a little better than the inner demon, it would be extremely limited. In other words, if his sword had been a little faster and this slap had been aimed at him, it was very likely that the one who would have been crushed to death on the spot would have been him. Jiang Yan's true strength was so strong that even under the suppression of Tongtian Palace, he still had the power to sweep away the inner demon. This was too despairing. Jiang Wang, with great courage, determination, and heaven-defying wisdom, had injured himself to attract the help of the inner demon and was about to make a comeback. But Jiang Yan suddenly tore off his disguise and displayed his terrifying strength, destroying the inner demon that had developed intelligence with a flip of his palm. It was like the faint ray of dawn on the horizon, about to pierce through the long night, was wiped away by a terrifying hand. What followed was an eternal night, an eternal despair. Chapter 717. Jiang Yan was so powerful that he was almost invincible. Under the suppression of Tongtian Palace, under the siege of Jiang Wang and the inner demon, he killed the inner demon with one slap. In other words, the suppression of Tongtian Palace was never the most fundamental problem for him. This also explained why Jiang Wang's cultivation improved so quickly, but Jiang Yan could always maintain a certain degree of soul suppression while hiding in the nether candle, because he only needed to follow Jiang Wang's strength and gradually release his own strength. His true soul power was far superior to Jiang Wang's. So what was he afraid of all this time? Why did he wait until today to act? Why did he have to give birth to the inner demon? With the strength he showed now, he didn't need the help of the inner demon at all. Jiang Wang immediately thought of these questions, but he couldn't figure it out. He was missing too many clues. He never really understood Jiang Yan. When he killed the demonic bear one, Ming Zhu entered Tongtian Palace for the first time. Outside Maplewood City, Miao Yu thought that Ming Zhu was attracted by the white bone seed, so he fell into Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace. Jiang Wang also agreed with that judgment. But now that he thought about it, the truth might not be so simple. When he saved Miaoyu, Ming Zhu showed his ability for the first time and taught him the soul return technique. After that, to prevent Jiang Wang's memory from being sealed, he also taught him the white bone escape technique. According to Jiang Yan, using the white bone path secret technique meant that he was contaminated by the white bone god. It was Jiang Wang's use of the white bone secret technique that caused the part of his soul contaminated by the white bone god to give birth to Jiang Yan. And because of the nether candle, he was able to rest and didn't have to immediately compete with Jiang Wang for control of the body. Everything seemed to fit together seamlessly and logically. But it all came from Jiang Yan. Everything Jiang Wang knew was told by Jiang Yan. In real life, this was almost equivalent to knowing nothing. So now, Jiang Wang had no idea how strong Jiang Yan was, what state he was in, or why he had allowed him to grow for so long until he killed Dong A before making his move. But no matter what reason Jiang Yan had, no matter what state he was in, no matter how strong he was, be yourself, try your best to be yourself. He did everything he could to the limit. To fight with all his courage, wisdom, strength, and willpower was the only choice Jiang Wang would make. He refused to lose until he was at the end of the road. Even when he was at the end of the road, he refused to lose. Falling into an impasse, fighting an impasse, cutting off the path of no return. Based on what he knew, there must be a certain point in time, or something had happened that made Jiang Yan think that he couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Yan said, "Sure enough, I made the right decision. I can't let you continue to grow." It meant that Jiang Wang's growth had made Jiang Yan feel threatened to some extent. Looking back at his recent gains, Jiang Wang believed that the Cloud Top Immortal Palace was the most promising and had the greatest background. In other words, could the Cloud Top Immortal Palace pose a threat to Jiang Yan? As the master of the Cloud Top Asgard, Jiang Wang's voice resounded in the ruins of the Cloud Top Asgard. "Cloud Child, help me!" In the ruins of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace hovering in mid-air above the 5 Prefecture Sea, the only intact building was the Ethereal Palace. The white and chubby child was sleeping soundly in the palace. Hearing the voice, he rolled and got up. She still hadn't woken up and was in a daze, but she had already instinctively obeyed the order. Her small hands formed a seal. What could the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, which was far from complete recovery, do now? The answer soon appeared. At this moment, Jiang Yan destroyed the black-clothed inner demon with a slap and controlled the candle to charge toward Jiang Wang. Surging vital energy instantly passed through the ethereal palace and landed on the heaven and earth isolated island, enveloping the heavenly palace that was the Tao Vein True Dragon. With such an abundant supply of vital energy, the 9 great starry river vortexes in the heavenly palace instantly operated to the limit. Full and round Tao energy poured down like raindrops. The heavenly palace was the home of the soul power. Tao energy was usually used in the physical world. But Tao energy was the foundation of cultivation. Tao energy was the perfect fusion of intent and power. It was the true feedback of the spirits of all things to the origin of heaven and earth. Tao energy was also nourishing to the soul. When the ethereal palace poured all the vital energy that supported the recovery of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace into the heavenly palace, a huge amount of Tao energy was born. The heaven and earth isolated island received the support of a huge amount of Tao energy and became more stable. The Tao Vein True Dragon also became stronger. Correspondingly, the heavenly palace gave Jiang Wang more support and suppressed Jiang Yan more. Jiang Wang's soul also received a strong support. He felt that he was unprecedentedly strong in his soul state, so he went forward and faced Jiang Yan directly. At this moment, in the dim candlelight of the netherworld candle, there was suddenly a lot of noise. From nothing to something, from weak to strong. The sound of hawking, quarreling, children crying, toasting, military training, it was the sound of all kinds of people. The shadow of a large seal appeared in the candlelight, instantly suppressing the endless flow of vital energy into the heavenly palace and interrupting the transmission of the ethereal palace. It was the power of Minister Zhuang's seal. There was a big loophole in Jiang Yan's fainting, but Jiang Wang did not notice it because he was fighting fiercely with Dong A. That was, if Jiang Yan really fainted, how could the netherworld candle return to the heavenly palace? That night in Xian City. In order to protect the safety of his body, Jiang Yan used the netherworld candle to attack Dong A, creating a chance for Jiang Wang to win. However, he was not injured in the collision with Minister Zhuang's seal. Instead, he used a secret technique to absorb the power of Minister Zhuang's seal, which was also the reason why the seal dimmed. On one hand, to protect the safety of his body, he helped Jiang Wang kill Dong A and complete the last step of the heart demon's birth. On the other hand, by dimming the seal, Jiang Wang believed in his injury more and lowered his guard. On the other hand, he used this power to deal with Jiang Wang at this moment. Jiang Yan saw all the gains and uses of the ethereal palace, and he was already prepared to use external power to easily cut it off. Therefore, the current situation was, Jiang Wang relied on his sufficient power to fight Jiang Yan head-on, but halfway through, the source of his power was cut off. Just as he had a glimmer of hope, he instantly fell into despair. Except for the accident caused by the heart demon, which exposed Jiang Wang's true strength, in the rest of the fight, Jiang Wang had been completely tricked. This was an all-around suppression of information, power, and layout. And now, the two sides were closing in. With the source of power cut off, Jiang Wang's half-formed Soul Dao technique dissipated, and Jiang Yan's hand of smoke was already slapping towards him. The scene of the black-clothed heart demon being crushed to death could almost be seen. It seemed that no matter what method Jiang Wang used, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. This was an opponent that made one despair. This was a situation that made one crumble. But Jiang Wang faced it head-on. He still held his sword in his hand, and still he made a stroke. The most uncertain, the weakest, the most powerless, the strongest. Life like a dying candle, still shining in the afterglow. Body like duckweed, never forgetting to resist. Chapter 7:18. The moment the transmission of elemental energy to the ethereal hall was cut off, Jiang Wang understood that his judgment was wrong. Cloud Top Immortal Palace wasn't a threat to Jiang Yan, at least not now. On Qiyun Mountain, Jiang Yan hadn't asked him to seize the Cloud Top Immortal Palace for his own sake. The reason was probably because Jiang Yan wanted it for himself. After completely occupying this body, everything he'd gained and experienced along the way would naturally belong to Jiang Yan. Therefore, Jiang Yan never interfered with Jiang Wang's gains and often even offered help. In a decisive battle like this, the price of an error in judgment might be death. Perhaps he'd already lost his last chance to counterattack. Perhaps he was in a hopeless situation. But Jiang Wang still wanted to attack. Of all his human Dao sword moves, this involuntary sword was the most despairing sword, but it was also the most resolute sword. It would never give up resistance, never forget to fight. This resolute move was executed in the most desperate moment. It floated slowly and floated. The hand of smoke reached out and grabbed. Jiang Yan had seen all of Jiang Wang's fights in the modern realm. Jiang Yan had memorized all of his human Dao sword move. In this world, apart from Jiang Wang, the person who understood human Dao sword moves the most was Jiang Yan. And he'd already grabbed Jiang Wang's sword. The most desperate and resolute struggle was forcibly stopped. Somniferous longing sword spirit let out a violent cry. It was a cry of pain. With just this grab, the sword spirit that had not been born for a long time was almost destroyed. Jiang Wang's entire soul origin trembled. In this moment of pain, Jiang Wang suddenly glared and shouted through gritted teeth, "Jiang Yan! Move again and I'll kill her!" The dim light of the netherworld candle trembled slightly, and the hand that was holding the sword spirit firmly stopped there, unmoving. Outside the fiercely fought transcendent palace, in the empty underwater cave. At some point, Jiang Wang's body had stumbled into the cave on the left, and stopped in front of the glass coffin. Jiang Wang's hand held somniferous longing. The tip of Chang Xiangxi's sword was hovering between Song Wanqi's eyebrows. Jiang Yan hadn't finished his battle in Tongtian Palace yet, so he hadn't taken over the body yet. The control of his physical body was still in Jiang Wang's hands, even though his soul was in imminent danger. Jiang Yan was focused on eliminating the inner demons, isolating the ethereal palace, and guarding against Jiang Wang's counterattack. His attention was completely focused on the heavenly palace, so he did not notice the movements of his physical body. From his point of view, Jiang Wang was the weaker party, so it was even more impossible for him to pay attention to anything outside of Tongtian Palace. However, Jiang Wang surprised him again. At this moment, Jiang Yan immediately recalled the moment Jiang Wang had severed his soul origin and the pain had spread from the inside out. It should have been at that time that Jiang Wang used the pain to divert part of his mental strength to control his physical body. What kind of terrifying willpower was this? "How about we make a deal?" He heard Jiang Wang say so. The powerful soul origin that was nothing in front of him actually seemed dazzling at this moment. "What did you say?" Jiang Yan gave a rare laugh. His laughter came through the candle, giving off a cold feeling. "You won't use the method of threatening the weak to protect yourself? Remember?" Jiang Wang stared at the candle, not daring or willing to relax. "She's not weak. She has the bearing of a true demon. You said, do you remember? We are one." Jiang Wang, ask yourself, do you care about a demon? Isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to threaten me with a demon? "Let's stop talking nonsense," Jiang Wang said coldly. "If it was really ridiculous, you would have already killed me, wouldn't you? Maybe I just want to hear what you have to say. After all, we've been together for so long. It's inevitable that there will be feelings. Also, we were born from the same source, so I can feel your pain and sorrow." Jiang Yan said slowly, "Actually, you don't have to be so resistant. Me controlling this body is just a kind of new life for us. A more powerful, more perfect new life." "What are you talking about? You are me. You don't have to say any more." Jiang Wang moved his sword, motioning for Jiang Yan to let go. "But you're right about one thing. We've been together for so long. So you know me, don't you? You know that before you destroy my soul origin, my sword will definitely be able to pierce through her forehead." Jiang Yan's voice was silent for a while, then his hand of smoke actually let go. "It seems you've guessed something. Did I underestimate your intelligence, Jiang Wang? I admit you're very intelligent. After I found you in Qingyang town, you immediately made up a near-perfect lie. For a long time, I really thought you were me, a negative side of me after I was tainted. But we've been together for so long and experienced so much. Even if you cover it up perfectly, you can't avoid all the details." Of course Jiang Yan knew this, which was why he avoided communicating with Jiang Wang as much as possible. But it was probably a common problem for smart people. He couldn't help but ask, for example? For example, when you saw the Qiu slaughter army charging on the battlefield, you sighed, "This is Qi Jizu." I asked you why White Bone God even knew about Qi Jizu. You said, "If you want to become a god in the present world and start the era of white bones, how can you not pay attention to the powerful countries in the present world?" Jiang Wang said, "But in fact, White Bone Evil God didn't know about Qi at all. He didn't even know about Xiong too, which was why he was cut into pieces in front of the two armies. So you're lying. Your understanding of Qi didn't come from White Bone God, and you're not me. So, who are you?" Jiang Yen searched his memory and found the scene at that time. He couldn't help but sigh. You repeated what I said word for word. It seems that you've been wary of me for a long time. The inner devil in black had been eliminated, and the start-whining boa lay on the ground again. This was probably the most pitiful inner devil in the history of cultivation. From its birth to its growth to its death, it was someone else's pawn. From the beginning to the end, it had no chance at all. Jiang Wang said seriously, I don't think I'm smarter than you, so I have to work harder. I have to be more careful and vigilant. So, who do you think I am? Jiang Yen asked again. I didn't know who you were until this time. Jiang Wang held the long sword manifested by the sword spirit. He said while pulling away from Jiang Yen, You know too much about the Qing River Manor. You know, it's like you've lived here. I don't think there are many people in the Qing River Manor who know about the underwater devil's den, even among the Qing River Manor, right? I know it's very likely that I'll be exposed. But in order to save you, I had no choice, Jiang Yen replied. I thought your spirit was suppressed, so you might overlook it. I was too careless. Maybe it wasn't carelessness, but there was no need to hide it. Jiang Wang thought. But he just continued, the most important thing is, what is it? Jiang Yen was very cooperative. When I saw Song Wanshi, I felt a great sadness in my heart. I didn't know her, so the sadness could only come from you. This sadness was so heavy that even the netherworld candle couldn't block it, and it infected me. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yen chuckled for a while, his voice carrying a slightly bleak sarcasm. Someone like me can feel sadness? P.S. There were many details similar to Chapter 185 of Book 2 that proved Jiang Yen was lying. After all, Jiang Yen was not the real Jiang Wang's dark side, so it was inevitable that some contradictions would be exposed. Of course, these contradictions were very small. Readers who have re-refreshed can look for them. It's a kind of fun. Chapter 719. In the sky higher than the sea of clouds, the wind was as sharp as knives. A yellow-faced old monk in tattered clothes was flying at high speed. He had no protection outside his body, and the strong winds that came crashing towards him were all dispersed by themselves without any signs of weakening. If someone were to get close to him, they would be able to hear him muttering non-stop. Damn the heavens, what kind of ghost luck path is this old monk doing? Do I really have to kill whoever I take in? I even purposely chose those with tough lives. I'm the next abbot of Xiankong Temple, the future Buddha of the Pure Land. Buddha, why don't you bless me? Jingshan, you have to hold on. Don't follow in Jingyan's footsteps. He was flying high in the sky. From time to time, powerful spiritual wills shot up into the sky. Every time this happened, a small bell on the yellow-faced old monk's waist would vibrate gently. Xiankong Temple is a special agent. Good people from all sides, please excuse us. The strong cultivators blocking the way knew that this was a special agent of Xiankong Temple from the eastern Holy Land of the Buddhism sect. He was traveling for Buddhist affairs and had no intention of disturbing them. Those who were on good terms with Xiankong Temple were let go. Those who were dissatisfied with Xiankong Temple kept quiet when they thought about Xiankong Temple's strength. Unless they were mortal enemies, they wouldn't make things difficult for them. Of course, even a special agent of Xiankong Temple couldn't fly in the sky of a powerful country like Jing. Along the way to the west, they took a detour to avoid some forbidden areas. In the underwater demon cave, beside the glazed coffin, the beautiful female devil was silent and motionless in the coffin. The young man holding the sword had a calm expression and firm eyes. The conversation in the Tongtian Palace hadn't ended. You used the power of the Prime Minister's seal to block the ethereal palace, which confirmed my judgment, Jiang Wang continued. Oh! Dong A's seal is the Prime Minister's seal of the Zhuang state. It carries the stability of the country and regulates the country. It's fine if you block the attack or even destroy it, but you can silently absorb its power for your own use. I think that strength alone isn't enough to explain this. One of the reasons is that you have a deeper understanding of the Prime Minister's seal. Well said. Jiang Wang, I appreciate you more and more. Jiang Yan's voice was deep. It's probably not a lucky thing to be appreciated by you. I want to know, why me? Jiang Wang asked. That's right. Why you? Jiang Yan smiled. This smile was far from good. Because along with this laughter, the nether candle actually started to approach Jiang Wang's soul origin. The green smoke hand above the netherworld candle gently reached out, bringing with it a huge sense of oppression. He had crossed the warning line. Jiang Wang did not hesitate. He immediately controlled his body and thrust his sword at Song Wanqi's head. This was the line of life and death that he had drawn. He had to abide by it at all times and under all circumstances. Only then would the existence of deterrence have meaning. However, the tip of the sword only trembled slightly before becoming motionless. It actually stopped in front of Song Wanqi's head. His right hand that was holding the sword had already lost control. The reason Jiang Yan had spoken with Jiang Wang was precisely to take over this hand that held the sword, nullifying Jiang Wang's threat from the root and eliminating future worries. Jiang Wang had no idea how Jiang Yan had managed to bypass his control and forcibly take control of the hand that held the sword before the outcome of the Transcendent Palace battle had been decided. One could imagine that this method must have consumed a great deal of energy. Otherwise, Jiang Yan would not have left it until now. However, the effect was very good. He had never heard of it before, so he could not avoid it. Now, there's nothing that can stop us from becoming one, Jiang Yan said faintly. The netherworld candle rapidly approached. The green smoke hand that had destroyed the black-clothed inner demon opened wide. It had an aura that seemed to control the entire situation. Its power was astonishing. Under such a shocking change, Jiang Wang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and attacked with his sword. Sorry, I'm not interested in becoming one with you. At this moment, the start-whining python that had been lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. It leaped up and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the netherworld candle from behind. The blackness in its eyes had already faded, and the black patterns on its body had disappeared. Only specks of starlight could be seen, making it seem enormous, mighty, and sacred. This sudden attack was the ambush that Jiang Wang had been preparing for a long time. Jiang Yan was intentionally stalling for time, but was he not doing the same? Jiang Yan had secretly taken over the hand that held the sword during the conversation, while Jiang Wang had used this time to reawaken the start-whining python. He had grasped his own Tao vein and true spirit and truly regained his home field advantage. Both sides were restless and intentionally stalling for time. Neither had truly communicated with the other. There was no negotiation. After falling out with each other, there was no possibility of coexistence. Jiang Yan was caught off guard and was caught in a pincer attack. It was like the scene of the black-clothed inner demon gaining sentience had reappeared. Jiang Wang had once again turned the situation around. Green smoke curled up from the netherworld candle's flame. Next to the green smoke hand, another green smoke hand appeared. The two hands swiftly reached out, one above and one below, firmly holding the start-whining python's huge mouth. The start-whining python struggled and bit with all its might, but its huge mouth could not bite down, and the green smoke continued to condense. Body, head, legs, and even hair and clothes, a tall man in the prime of his life with a strange face appeared in midair. His hands easily held the start-whining python's huge mouth and pulled outwards, as if he wanted to tear the start-whining python apart. But probably because he considered the value of the Tao vein's true spirit, he withdrew his hands and punched out amidst the start-whining python's pained hiss. This punch directly smashed the start-whining python, which was reinforced by Tongtian Palace, to the dome of Tongtian Palace. With a loud bang, the start-whining python fell to the ground without any resistance. It was as limp as a dead snake, without the slightest bit of might. Only then did the man in the prime of his life slowly turn around and look at Jiang Wang and his sword. This person's identity was now completely clear. He was none other than Zhuang Taizu, Zhuang Chengqian, who founded the Zhuang kingdom a few hundred years ago. He was the general who expanded the borders during Emperor Yongming's Han Zhou's era. During Yong country's Han Yin's era, he claimed the title of king. He was the representative of Taoism in the West and the sworn brother of Song Hengjiang, the lord of Qinjiang. He announced the end of Yang's hegemony and personally destroyed the White Bone Path a few hundred years ago. He was the husband of the previous White Bone Saintess, Gu Yi. He was in love with Qinghe Water Tribe's eldest princess, Song Wanshi. That was why he knew so much about Xinjiang Water Prefecture. He was once a Taoist master of the present age, and was now a ghost residing in the netherworld candle. That was why he could instruct Jiang Wang to repeatedly escape under the eyes of Zhuang Gaoxian, Du Ruhui and Song Hengjiang. The death of the great ancestor of Zhuang country nearly 200 years ago was a huge change, and it was also a long-term situation. Zhuang Chengqian had never truly died. Now, he was going to borrow Jiang Wang's body to be reborn. Zhuang Chengqian and Jiang Wang. When these two names were put together, there was almost no suspense to speak of. One was the founding ancestor of Zhuang Kingdom, the other was a youth from a small town in Zhuang Kingdom. One was once a Taoist master of the present age, the other was a current inner palace cultivator. They existed as one, but now they were enemies. At this moment, facing Jiang Wang's thunder-like sword, Zhuang Chengqian was stunned. Without hesitation, Zhuang Chengqian slapped over. Chapter 720. Why did Jiang Yan always claim that he wanted the white bone sacred body, but he never showed any impatience towards Jiang Wang's slack, nor was he anxious when he urged him occasionally? It was not because he knew that Jiang Wang was not strong enough, so he was willing to give Jiang Wang time and patience. It was because, compared to the white bone sacred body, what he wanted was Jiang Wang's physical body. The so-called white bone sacred body was just a trick to lower Jiang Wang's vigilance. It made Jiang Wang feel that he still had a choice and that they were not irreconcilable enemies. Because, fundamentally, the identity of Jiang Wang's nightmare was fake. He was Zhuang Qingqian, and he was never Jiang Wang's negative side. On the contrary, he easily stimulated Jiang Wang's negative side, controlled Jiang Wang's inner demons, and played Jiang Wang in the palm of his hand. Now he did not want to play anymore, so he showed his true appearance. After living in Jiang Wang's Tongtian palace for so long, this was the first time he showed his true appearance. When he showed up, it was time to settle the situation. Throughout Zhuang Qingqian's life, he had never lost a battle. In the era of Emperor Yongming and Han Zhou, he was an invincible general. He was deeply trusted by Han Zhou and was responsible for the expansion of the border. He was the de facto lord, and Han Zhou, who fought for supremacy in the north, was in the rear. After Han Zhou's death, he claimed the title of king. He fought a bloody battle in the Qichang Mountains and blocked Han Yinju's attack with the power of the Yong state. Under the watchful eyes of the Qin state, he represented the Jing state and nailed down the influence of the Taoist forces in the western region. He and Song Hengjiang became sworn brothers. Throughout his life, the Xinjiang Water Tribe was the most loyal ally of the Zhuang state, and they fought many bloody battles. He used the power of the White Bone Path to establish a state, and then he destroyed the White Bone Path, which was personally influenced by the White Bone God. The White Bone Path at that time was different from the White Bone Path of Ouyang Lai and Liu Yan's era. The only failure in his life was to die in the counterattack of the White Bone Path before it was destroyed. But now it seemed that, since he did not really die, that was not a failure. It was more like a layout. To an invincible general like him, dispatching the hate-eating moths to fight against Jiang Wang's divine spirit flame sparrows was like child's play. He easily defeated them. He had never been defeated in his entire life, and there was no reason for him to be defeated this time. Now, he had destroyed half of Jiang Wang's soul power, destroyed Jiang Wang's heart demon, isolated the support of the vital energy of the cloud-top Immortal Palace's ethereal palace, paralyzed the Dao Vein's true spirit, and invaded Jiang Wang's sword-wielding hand, removing the threat to Song Wanshi. The situation was so clear. He slapped over, determined to win, possessing an unmatched aura. Just like how Jiang Wang's self-mutilating soul origin had attracted the true spirit of his Dao Veins to help him in order to break the stalemate. However, the same outcome played out once again. Zhuang Qingqian revealed his true form and easily eliminated the star-twisting python from the battle. And Jiang Wang once again faced Zhuang Qingqian alone with his sword. He could clearly feel Zhuang Qingqian's power and invincibility, even if he was only in the form of a ghost. However, this time, he did not retreat, nor did he have the chance to retreat. Zhuang Qingqian could also clearly feel Jiang Wang's weakness and powerlessness. The sword arrived. The swift and fierce sword energy was easily dispersed by a slap. Zhuang Qingqian's palm continued to move forward, but Jiang Wang suddenly let go of his sword and grabbed his hand. This was the stupidest choice. At this time, Jiang Wang's greatest reliance was the longsword manifested by the sword spirit, but he let go of it. And with the enormous difference in power, Zhuang Qingqian could easily disperse his soul origin with just a casual force. This seemed really too stupid. However, when victory was in his grasp, Zhuang Qingqian's brow furrowed. Having lived in Jiang Wang's body for so long and having known Jiang Wang for so long, he knew very well that this youth was not stupid. On the contrary, he was an outstanding genius, a true Tianjiao. He had more confidence in Jiang Wang's fighting talent than Jiang Wang himself. Therefore, he immediately withdrew and retreated. However, it was too late. The situation changed, the mind changed, the eyes dazzled. He heard a sorrowful female voice sing, "Who in the world can have a clear conscience? Overturn this body in the sea of bitterness, and pass the heart-seeking tribulation." It was the red makeup mirror. Jiang Wang had activated the star-twisting python's ambush in order to wait for Zhuang Qingqian to expose more of his soul origin, and then pull his soul origin into the red makeup mirror's world. Because Zhuang Qingqian was living in Jiang Wang's body, he was actually changing his soul origin to adapt to his body. In a sense, he could also be Jiang Wang. It was completely possible to bring him into the mirror world to undergo the tribulation together, and Jiang Wang had really done it. From the start, when Jiang Wang was still uncertain of Jiang Yan's true appearance, Jiang Wang was very clear. Jiang Yan understood him very well. Once it was time to decide life and death, he would definitely be suppressed from all sides. Jiang Yan had strength and experience that surpassed his, and he understood him so well. No matter what method he used to expose himself to Jiang Yan, he could not truly defeat Jiang Yan. A way to defeat Jiang Yan could only be found from Jiang Yan's unknown part. So he had always been searching and even creating the unknown. He had always been searching for variables to prepare for a breakthrough. Studying Soul Dao techniques in the inner palace was one of them, cutting off the soul origin to create a mental demon was another, and the mysterious red makeup mirror was another. The changes in the red makeup mirror were all in the mirror. Every time he entered the red makeup mirror, Jiang Yan could not know what had happened in between. It did not matter who Jiang Yan was, whether it was his true other self, Zhuang Qingqian, or the white bone avatar. Pulling him into the tribulation was a choice to break the stalemate. In essence, this was still bringing in a third party to bridge the gap between him and Zhuang Qingqian, and bridge the gap in strength. It was not fundamentally different from urging Jiang Yan to enter the game. The foundation of the weak fighting the strong was nothing more than to strengthen oneself internally and form strong external reinforcements. Han Su led Zhuang Gaoxian to kill Han Yin, and led Mahist's sect to reform the court. Back then, Zhuang Chengxian led the White Bone Path to establish the country, and led Daoist sect to resist Qin and Yang's influence. These were all manifestations of such methods. But forming strong external reinforcements required an extremely high degree of control. If one was not careful, one could become inviting a wolf into one's house and be eaten clean. Han Su was of course an expert, and completely achieved all the strategic objectives. Zhuang Chengxian was even better, winning and losing all, and taking all the advantages. And Jiang Wang's first attempt at attracting a mental demon could be considered somewhat certain. The second time he pulled Zhuang Chengxian into the mirror world, it was a helpless gamble. Because he himself was not sure whether he could pass the next tribulation in the red makeup mirror. But he could only gamble like this. Of course, his opponent was Zhuang Chengxian. To be able to do this under the gaze and targeting of an existence like Zhuang Chengxian, and to struggle for a chance to gamble for himself, was already very impressive. The simple and tall heavenly connection palace was suddenly empty. The endlessly battling Jiang Wang and Zhuang Chengxian had already disappeared, and entered the red makeup mirror's world. And the star-twining python was curled up on the ground, dying. Only the sword spirit that Jiang Wang had released earlier slowly rose up again, and faced off against the dim candlelight of the netherworld candle in midair. Slashing the netherworld candle with the sword was precisely the contingency plan that Jiang Wang had left behind when he forcefully pulled Zhuang Chengxian through the tribulation. If the sword spirit could be a bit more competent and slashed the netherworld candle in a one-on-one battle, perhaps it could also affect the battle situation. Jiang Wang and Zhuang Chengxian were fighting fiercely in the Heavenly Connection Palace, and even fell into the red makeup mirror's world. Thus, they did not notice what had happened in the glass coffin that the physical body was pointing at with the sword. The golden talisman stuck to the beautiful demonic woman's red lips rose up high, and the chains that bound her body rattled. Her half-opened eyes suddenly widened. The frenzied killing intent in her eyes seemed to want to rush out of the glass coffin. Chapter 721. The origin of the red makeup mirror was mysterious. Jiang Wang didn't know much about its background. He had obtained it by accident from Hu Xiaomeng, but due to his limited strength, Hu Xiaomeng didn't do much research on this treasure. He only discovered how to use it to create illusions. But from what he knew, even the powerful elder Hai Zongming of the Fishing Ocean Tower coveted this item. And from the red makeup mirror itself, Jiang Wang didn't obtain many clues from the flying snow tribulation. But the second overturning the seas tribulation vaguely revealed a lot of information. But due to the lack of information, Jiang Wang couldn't piece together a complete understanding. He only knew that it was related to a person called overturning the seas. At the end of the flying snow tribulation, the snow retreated, the frozen ground melted, and a spring breeze appeared. The female voice said, "Beauty is young." At the end of the overturning the seas tribulation, the world fell into eternal darkness. The female voice said, "Sun extinguishing." The opening of each tribulation had a sentence. The first tribulation was, "Pity the beauty in front of the mirror, red makeup kills the person in the mirror." The second tribulation was, "Is there no beauty in the world? Red makeup kills one person." The third tribulation was, "Who in the world has a clear conscience? Overturning this body in the sea of bitterness." It didn't seem to be related, but it also seemed to be connected to a story. The female voice at the beginning was connected to all the clues. In the flying snow tribulation, the voice was cold from beginning to end. In the overturning the seas tribulation, when it first announced the beginning of the tribulation, it was also cold and indifferent. But when it said, overturning the seas, I will kill you. It was filled with hatred. And this time, it was filled with sadness from the beginning. It seemed that the female voice had slowly changed as the tribulation in the mirror world went through. Jiang Wang didn't know what this change meant. But this unknown was the opportunity that Jiang Wang wanted. Facing Zhuang Qingqian, who had plotted for so long and knew him well, he pulled him into the unknown and faced the same variable. This in itself was to erase the gap between them. As for how much could be erased, it depended on how far the red makeup mirror could go. From the flying snow tribulation to the overturning the seas tribulation to the questioning heart tribulation. From the first time they were caught off guard, to the second time they decided to take the risk and explore, and then this time they decided to risk their lives. Jiang Wang didn't think he had enough strength to go through the third tribulation in the mirror world, but at that moment there was no other way. Zhuang Qingqian was too terrifying. It was a kind of terror that made people despair. He firmly controlled the situation and calculated everything. No matter what resistance Jiang Wang had, he could easily deal with it. With a flip of his palm, he had suppressed all hope. After trying all sorts of methods, the red makeup mirror was the trump card he had to use. Before truly using this trump card, even he himself did not know what it was, and what they would be facing. You could have saved me. In the seemingly eternal darkness, Jiang Wang heard a voice say. At this time, he could not see anything, but he could hear everything clearly. You could have saved me. This sentence was repeated with different voices. 10 different people, 100 different people, 1,000 different people. Countless voices merged into one sound, mixing into a hateful and painful sound. Why didn't you? Looking back on all his experiences, what was the thing that made Jiang Wang regret the most? The thing that made Jiang Wang feel the most guilty? Back in Maplewood City, he had already foreseen the danger ahead of time, but he had easily trusted Dong A. In the end, when the tragedy happened, apart from an and Song Qingji, he had not been able to save anyone else. His life-and-death brothers, teachers, classmates, neighbors, friends, all of them had perished forever. That kind of regret and pain gnawed at his heart every moment. Why didn't you? In the endless darkness, a face gradually became clear. That originally handsome face had been cut into pieces by sharp weapons. It was hideous and terrifying, but Jiang Wang could still easily recognize that it was Zhao Ruqing. Jiang Wang reached out, wanting to touch him, but he did not dare. Only Ruan stammered, He had no way to explain. He could not find any, nor could he find any excuse for himself. This was his eternal pain. Why didn't you? Among the thousands of voices, Jiang Wang still recognized Ling He's voice. His voice was broad and steady. Even if he was questioning, there was tolerance and intimacy. It was as if he was saying, "Little Wang, it's okay. I don't blame you." It was precisely this kind of tolerance that Ling He would definitely have that made Jiang Wang break down at once. He knelt on the ground and held his head in pain. "I'm sorry. It's my stupidity and childishness that harmed you." In the darkness, a faint shadow was moving, approaching, getting closer and closer. Jiang Wang knelt in the center of the darkness, surrounded by the darkness, as if he was about to merge into the darkness. "Brother!" He heard a child's voice that sounded like a silver bell. "Brother! Don't you want me any more?" Jiang Wang suddenly stood up, his eyes full of tears. Anan. All the questioning voices dissipated. 1,000, 10,000, hundreds of thousands of voices all disappeared. In the endless darkness, he couldn't see or hear anything, but he was silent. The silence lasted for a while. He reached out and wiped away his tears in the darkness. "Ling He is my brother, Ru Qing is my younger brother, Zhan is my friend, Master Shao is my teacher, my beloved friends, my classmates, and my neighbors. I feel guilty towards all of you," he said, The world I walk in is like a sea of bitterness. But I still have to go on. Not only do I have to take care of Anen, but I also have to take all of you with me. His voice was calm and firm. I will shoulder all the sorrow, I will bear all the pain. I will avenge your hatred, I will fulfill your dreams. The shadow in the depths of the darkness dispersed silently. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat suddenly sounded in the darkness, like the beating of a drum. Jiang Wang felt that his heart seemed to be expanding, beating, and shouting, as if it was about to explode. It was about to explode into flying ashes along with his entire body. And he heard, in the sound of the heartbeat, a voice that was indistinguishable from a man's or a woman's, and without any emotion asked, "In the face of treasures, have you ever been greedy? In the face of beauty, have you ever had lustful thoughts? Have you ever had rash thoughts of killing? Have you ever thought of destroying beauty? Have you ever dreamed of power? Have you ever been jealous of others?" These questions went straight to the deepest part of his heart. It was as if it wanted to pull out all the darkness from the deepest darkness. To make people face it, to make people repent. The voice said, "The deepest darkness is to face your own heart. The filth and viciousness in the depths of a living being's heart is deeper than the eternal darkness of the universe. Do you see it? How will you face it? What will you choose?" Jiang Wang had unknowingly sat cross-legged. He sat alone in the eternal darkness, his 5 hearts facing the sky. He did see the depths of his heart, and he did admit that he had evil thoughts. But in the face of this last question, he only said 4 words. He said, "Flowers bloom with a thought. Heaven and hell were just a thought away." Chapter 7:22. There was no good or evil in a person's desires, but they had to be measured by rules, rules, and rules. Indulging one's desires would often lead to bad consequences. For example, hunger. Hunger would instinctively urge people to eat. Some people would choose to steal other people's food, some would choose to deceive others so that they could enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and some would choose to work for themselves. Hunger was not evil, and plunder was evil. However, slash-and-burn farming was the righteous path that was born from hunger. Humans were both gods and demons. They instinctively yearned for beauty, but they also instinctively had the desire to destroy. The difference of a single thought could lead to the reversal of good and evil, and the shift of gods and demons. Therefore, a cage was needed to imprison one's desires and not make any exceptions. Taming one's desires was the process of cultivating one's heart. As the saying goes, a pacifying monkey can tie an impulsive horse, while a dragon can subdue a tiger and sit on an empty mountain. Taoism's calming heart, Confucianism's rules and etiquette, Buddhism's precepts, legalism's laws, and military's orders. In essence, they were all creating a cage of morality to imprison the evil self. Jiang Wang recognized himself and did not avoid his desires. He admitted that there were times when evil thoughts arose, but in the end, they were restrained by morality and personality. He had seen the darkness of this world and knew the complexity of human nature, but in the end, he could still calmly say that flowers bloom with a single thought. Therefore, flowers really bloomed in this endless darkness. Flowers bloomed all the way, and the darkness kept retreating. This was the first spring after the end of eternal darkness. Flowers were everywhere, and the darkness stopped at the horizon. Then, a familiar voice sounded. Inquiring heart tribulation dispelled. Frosty spring grass. There was still spring after eternal darkness, but at that time, one would be old. Would frost occur when spring grass grows? A faint doubt flashed through his mind. Jiang Wang was stunned for a while before he realized that he had just passed the inquiring heart tribulation. This tribulation was different from the previous ones. It did not seem to be a real threat, but it was more terrifying than the previous ones. It had happened unknowingly. Jiang Wang had taken the initiative to enter the tribulation, but he still did not feel anything when he was in the inquiring heart tribulation. Whether it was the flying snow tribulation or the overturning sea tribulation, no matter how difficult it was, at least he knew that he was entering a tribulation and that he should work hard to deal with it. However, the inquiring heart tribulation could not be sensed at all, and people would not even know how they died. The reason why Jiang Wang was able to survive this calamity unscathed was largely due to luck. First of all, it was because he had already experienced the interrogation of one's Taoist heart in the ruins of the withered yard. He had some experience in resisting such interrogation of the heart. Most importantly, Jiang Wang's Tao heart was at its cleanest, purest, and most invulnerable at this moment. This was because before he entered the tribulation, all of his negative emotions had just been guided out by Zhuang Qingqian, giving birth to his inner demons. And this inner demon that represented the dark side had just been destroyed by Zhuang Qingqian. At this moment, Jiang Wang's Tao heart was as clear as glass, and he was more fearless than ever before. Coincidentally, it was Zhuang Qingqian's attack on Jiang Wang that helped Jiang Wang survive this calamity. Amidst the blossoming flowers, Jiang Wang could clearly sense that the soul origin that he had cut off earlier was quickly mended. The sense of loss in the depths of his divine soul finally dissipated. His body and mind were satisfied. This feeling was intoxicating. Just like how spring grass grew and spring flowers bloomed after eternal darkness, flowers bloomed within his divine soul. It was a kind of vigorous and powerful growth. His soul had become tougher and stronger. If the quantity of his divine soul had increased after the tribulation, then the quality of his divine soul had increased after the interrogation of the heart. In terms of soul concealment snakes, Yang Kai could still release around 3,000 soul concealment snakes, but each soul concealment snake was 10 times stronger than the previous one. Jiang Wang did not have the time to carefully examine his body, nor did he have the mind to observe the changes in the red makeup mirror. After successfully transcending the tribulation, he immediately left the mirror world and returned to Heavenly Palace. He wanted to take advantage of the time before Zhuang Qingqian transcended the interrogation of the heart to wipe out his foundation in Heavenly Palace. He wanted to join the battle between Zhuang Qingqian's Sword Spirit and Deep Abyss Zhu and completely destroy Deep Abyss Zhu. This was the key to victory. Spring flowers bloom, autumn moon white, a gentle and soft female voice was singing. The song was so pleasing to the ear and the voice was so familiar. Zhuang Qingqian casually sat on the ground, his head slightly tilted as he quietly looked forward. In front of him was the only light in this endless darkness. There was a graceful figure in a white dress, with black hair like a waterfall. She stood next to a weeping willow, seemingly unable to withstand the evening wind. Her voice was so moving that it made one feel intoxicated, like a dream or an illusion. Disregarding the flying snow tribulation, when Jiang Wang's divine soul entered the mirror world for the second time, he had clearly been ordered to go forward and supervise. From what he knew, Zhuang Qingqian did not know about Jiang Wang's experience in the mirror world, but he knew two things very clearly. First, entering the mirror world was a dangerous matter. Second, every time Jiang Wang came out, his divine soul would grow stronger. From this, it could be seen that the mirror world was related to the divine soul. It was possible that there was some kind of test for the divine soul. So when he was pulled into the mirror world, he immediately used a divine soul protective secret technique to protect his divine soul. But the interrogation of the heart did not attack him. Instead, it was like a mirror, reflecting his true self and revealing the deepest and most secret regret in his heart. He seemed to have also fallen into the trap. At this moment, looking at that figure and listening to that song, he was intoxicated. Who did not have regrets in this world? Who did not suffer? Who did not have moments of sorrow? Even the enlightened masters of the present age, the heroes of a generation, could not help but feel embarrassed to look back in the dead of night. Spring flowers bloom, autumn moon white. A touch of snow, very difficult to endure. It's lovesickness. That woman was singing. She was singing. Bright light falls, reflected in the mirror. 100 years of life and death, 3 lifetimes of mistakes. Who is laughing at me? The song was sweet, sorrowful, affectionate, and longing. Zhuang Qingqian was momentarily stunned. How many years had it been since he had heard this little song of lovesickness? In this life, he did not regret betraying the Yong kingdom and establishing himself. He did not regret breaking the unspoken agreement, disrupting the order of the Western region, and attracting Taoist forces. He did not regret using, scheming, exchanging, or abandoning. From a nameless soldier, step by step, he grew into an invincible general. From a general, he crossed the greatest threshold to become an emperor. Some things had to be given up, some choices had to be made. At that time, the Western region's situation was surrounded by heroes. All the resources had been divided and almost depleted. To reach out and ask for any bit of resource, one had to snatch it from the bowls of others. Establishing a new state was extremely difficult. If he had taken a single wrong step, he would not have been able to establish the Zhuang kingdom. He had walked all the way with determination and no regret. But there was only one thing, only one person, that he truly felt guilty. He could not deny it, nor could he not face it. That person was right in front of him. That song was right next to his ear. Wanshi, he murmured. The more beautiful that woman's song was, the more intoxicated he became. The darkness deepened, the heavier it became. This dark mirror world seemed to want to assimilate Zhuang Qingqian. Zhuang Qingqian's feet disappeared first, melting into the darkness. Then his torso, and then his arms. Bit by bit, he melted into the darkness. The darkness slowly crept up his neck, and to his lower lip. Finally, Zhuang Qingqian opened his mouth. Who in this world can have a clear conscience? To turn over this body in the sea of bitterness. He slowly chewed on these words. Then he stood up. Originally, most of his body had already been dissolved. But as he tried to do the action of standing up, his torso, his legs, all of them appeared again. It was as if he had forcefully pulled himself back from the darkness of the mirror world. Chapter 7:23. Listening to this song is already enough. Zhuang Qingqian said softly in the endless darkness. I don't have any more time to accompany you. His voice, for a moment, was incredibly gentle. But when he retracted his gaze, he was extremely decisive. When he retracted his gaze, the singing figure had already disappeared, along with the weeping willow and the light. This world is interesting, Zhuang Qingqian said indifferently, his voice already cold. From beginning to end, he had not sunk in, allowing himself to be immersed in the soul-seeking tribulation. He had only been greedy for a moment of gentleness. But now, he took a step forward. The endless darkness began to retreat, as if afraid of his power. The world was bright, and the surroundings were vast. The female voice in the mirror world did not reappear. Because Zhuang Qingqian had not truly passed the soul-seeking tribulation. But he had broken through the soul-seeking tribulation. Inside the transcendent palace, the Jiangxi sword spirit slashed at the netherworld candle, and the netherworld candle's light flickered. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, churned up and down in the ancient and vast transcendent palace. The netherworld candle did not counterattack, but the sword spirit seemed to have difficulty completely destroying it. At a certain moment, Jiang Wang's soul origin returned to the transcendent palace. He grabbed the sword spirit and directly attacked the netherworld candle with an unusually decisive sword. He borrowed the power of the red makeup mirror to seize the initiative, wanting to break through Zhuang Qingqian's dwelling treasure and secure victory. After passing the soul-seeking tribulation, Jiang Wang's soul was unprecedentedly powerful. With a sword in hand, he had the power to cut through everything. He also borrowed the power of the Transcendent Palace to forcefully suppress it. The extremely agile Netherworld candle was forced into a corner, unable to escape. And the long sword arrived. At this moment, the candlelight flickered. A hand reached out, grasping at the sword spirit. Zhuang Qingqian had also returned. The soul-seeking tribulation could not stop him at all. Unlike Jiang Wang's carelessness, he had seen through the soul-seeking tribulation from beginning to end. The only reason he had been lost was because he did not want to wake up so quickly. Even though he knew it was a dream, he was willing to dream. In the face of Zhuang Qingqian's sudden outstretched hand, Jiang Wang decisively withdrew his sword. Since Zhuang Qingqian had returned in time, it was already impossible to destroy the Netherworld candle. It was true that Jiang Wang's soul had been strengthened once again after passing the soul-seeking tribulation, which had shortened the distance between him and Zhuang Qingqian. However, Jiang Wang still didn't think that he was Zhuang Qingqian's match. Since the plan did not work, he decisively gave up. Now was not the time to fight to the death. There was still a chance. What he needed to do was to stall for time and continue to look for variables. Of course, Zhuang Qingqian did not want to waste any more time. He immediately revealed his true form and descended from the sky. A palm came crashing down as if the sky was collapsing. In the face of this terrifying slap, Jiang Wang almost had the illusion that the Tongtian Palace had collapsed. It was as if he would be crushed into ashes in the next moment. There was no way to avoid it, no way to give in. Jiang Wang then moved forward. Jiang Wang then brandished his sword. If that was the case, then there was no need to avoid it, and it was a life-or-death battle. At this moment, a shocking change occurred. Jiang Wang's physical body was beside the glass coffin. Inside the glass coffin, the chains suddenly broke, and the golden talisman turned into ashes. The demonized Song Wanshi leaped up, her beautiful eyes filled with madness looking straight at Jiang Wang. Zhuang! She let out a vague but hateful roar. The nails on that pair of soft hands that looked like they were carved from white jade grew sharply. A claw came swooping down. The glass coffin could not withstand this power and exploded into countless fragments. The stone platform also started to crumble, unable to withstand the pressure. Before it even got close, Jiang Wang's body felt intense stabbing pain, as if it was about to be torn apart. As if his death was imminent. In the face of this sudden change, Jiang Wang and Zhuang Qingqian, who had fought to the end in the Tongtian Palace, immediately separated with great tacit understanding. They only had this one body. Once it was destroyed, it would all become nothing. Jiang Wang immediately took control of the body and frantically retreated. However, he could not retreat at all. A variable had indeed appeared, but it was not the variable he had been waiting for. Song Wanshi's claw had sealed off all his escape routes, sealing his intent and power. This was a huge difference in power. Just as Zhuang Qingqian had said, Song Wanshi had the appearance of a true demon. However, when she had become a demon, she had been on the verge of death. She had not been able to retain her consciousness and memories, so she had not become a true demon. Although she had no consciousness, just her power alone was enough to crush Jiang Wang. The claw wind was about to be easily torn apart. At this dangerous moment, Jiang Wang's right arm moved. His right arm held the Sauvignon Blanc. His right arm had been taken by Zhuang Qingqian in the previous battle. So he slashed. This was just a slash. It was the most basic and ordinary sword form. However, this was also a sword that saw through the essence, a sword that directly reached the truth. It directly shattered the enormous claw shadow, sent the sharp and long nails flying, and cut off Song Wanshi's attack. Song Wanqi's claw was about to break the sky and suppress the earth, but it was sent flying by a simple slash. With a mere inner palace cultivation base and a mere right arm, he was able to accomplish something that Jiang Wang could never have done. This was a huge gap between their realms. At this moment, Jiang Wang actually had the thought, only by giving my body to Zhuang Chengqian will I be able to escape. He immediately shattered this thought. That way, he might be able to preserve his physical body, but his soul would definitely be destroyed. In the end, it would be better to have his physical body destroyed. This thought must have been prompted by Zhuang Chengqian's secret technique. If you try any more tricks, I will cooperate with her to kill me, Jiang Wang said viciously in Heavenspan Palace. Zhuang Chengqian did not respond. He only said, "She has power close to that of a true demon. One arm is not enough." He understood Jiang Wang too well. People like Jiang Wang would only die in battle. They would never commit suicide. Jiang Wang also knew this. He did not continue to argue. He only replied coldly, "That is your problem. I cannot give you more. Only I can stop her." They were negotiating in Heavenspan Palace, but the demonized Song Wanqi did not care. She had returned in an instant. She was dressed in luxurious palace robes and had a beautiful face. However, her eyes were crazed. One of her fingernails had been cut off, while the other remained as sharp as a knife. At this moment, her long hair danced wildly. Demonic chi roiled. Another claw came. She truly did not have any intelligence. Her actions seemed to be based on instinct. The previous claw had been purely based on physical strength. After being sent flying, she seemed to have instinctively begun to use demonic chi. The moment the demonic chi moved, its power changed. If Song Wanqi was a boulder before, she was now a mountain. Demonic chi shot out like snakes and ropes before the claws could reach them. "You must let me take control of my body immediately. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt." Zhuang Qingqian's voice roared in Heavenspan Palace. Jiang Wang was silent. The demonic chi was close. Zhuang Chengqian immediately stated his conditions. "I swear on my Tao heart that after I defeat her, my physical body will return to you. We will fight over it again." Jiang Wang released his control. In an instant the youth's gaze changed. It was a disdainful, dignified, and complicated gaze. And the demonized Song Wanqi actually roared angrily again. "Zhuang, am I your deepest obsession?" Zhuang Chengqian murmured softly as he stepped forward. "I am the person you love the most, so am I also the person you hate the most?" He stepped forward and swung his sword. With one strike, he severed the snake-like demonic chi. With one step, he faced Song Wanqi. Song Wanqi's claw, surging with demonic chi, came at his face. Zhuang Chengqian swung his sword, naturally cutting through the demonic chi. "Manicure your nails." The long, sharp nails were cut off neatly. He sheathed his sword and stood face to face with Song Wanqi. Round beads of blood appeared on his 2 index fingers. They were the blood from the heart of this body. He tapped them on Song Wanqi's eyebrows. His voice was gentle as his index finger brushed over them. "Manicure your eyebrows." With this manicure, Song Wanqi's eyes, filled with madness, actually closed. She had been demonized for 218 years. Her eyes, which had always been half open, actually closed at this moment. And Zhuang Chengqian pressed down lightly, pushing her back onto the broken stone platform. Chapter 724. Zhuang Chengqian easily suppressed the demonized Song Wanqi with his insufficient strength. This was an absolute difference in realm. Using his vision, which was more than a level higher than Jiang Wang's, to deal with the same situation was as natural and smooth as a butcher dismembering an ox. Since the threat had been removed, Jiang Wang naturally wanted to regain control of his body at the first possible moment. "It's done," he said. However, within Heavenly Connection Palace, Zhuang Qingqian took a large step and pressed towards Jiang Wang. What's done? Where can it be done? At this moment, his body was under Zhuang Qingqian's control. Even though Heavenly Connection Palace was Jiang Wang's foundation, the suppression on Zhuang Qingqian had greatly weakened. Zhuang Qingqian took a step forward, and Jiang Wang was forced to take a few steps back. The host and guest situation had changed. Don't forget you swore a Daoheart oath. Jiang Wang was shocked and angry. I admire everything about you, including your childishness. Zhuang Qingqian laughed loudly. I have 231 ways to break a Daoheart oath. Do I need to teach you? He had never planned on keeping his promise. The so-called returning his body after forcing Song Wanqi back was just a lie. It was just to trick Jiang Wang into temporarily giving up resistance. It was indeed impossible to defeat Song Wanqi with just one hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive Jiang Wang. However, in that moment of life and death, he still wasn't prepared to keep his promise. Instead, he used the danger of their lives to trick Jiang Wang. To him, the alliance was just a piece of paper, and the promise was just a sentence. Only an unbreakable oath was considered somewhat restrained. However, in reality, for true geniuses, such oaths might not exist. Regardless of whether it was a Daoheart oath, a great vow of the heart demon, or a blood sacrifice contract, they were all essentially the evolutions of a Dao technique, using one's Daoheart or bloodline to establish an unbreakable bond. However, any Dao technique had the possibility of being broken. With the development of the Dao technique system, there were already too many ways to deceive one's Daoheart. This was also the reason why the various transcendent factions no longer used simple oaths to restrain their disciples. Zhuang Qingqian pressed forward step by step. To be honest, he was looking forward to seeing if Jiang Wang could still surprise him. Only those with victory in their grasp and enough confidence in themselves would have such expectations. Of course Zhuang Qingqian was. Even though he didn't think that Jiang Wang could do anything now. He approached step by step, and Jiang Wang retreated step by step. Soon, there was nowhere to run. If you only choose to retreat at the last moment, then I will be very disappointed in you, Zhuang Qingqian said in a condescending tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a voice in his ear. It was an old but furious voice. Get your dirty hands off me! The killing intent was biting cold, and it resounded in the underground demon cave. Zhuang Qingqian, who was controlling this body, turned around in shock. Song Hengjiang, an old man with a ferocious expression, was standing at the entrance of the cave. His fists were clenched, and his aura was ferocious. It was none other than the master of Clear River. Why did Song Hengjiang return? That doesn't make sense. Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui had already left. He had seen and said what he needed to say. There was no reason for him to come back. Zhuang Qingqian's mind spun rapidly, and he quickly thought of the problem. When Jiang Wang first walked into this cave, his mind was unstable and his footsteps were slow. He was even hit by the blood-striped sarcophagus beside him. At the time, it didn't seem to have any effect, but now that he thought about it, there was a big problem with that hit. You did something to the blood-striped sarcophagus? Zhuang Qingqian asked Jiang Wang in Sky-Penetrating Palace. I was just reminding Song Hengjiang that someone knows his secret. Jiang Wang responded in a low voice. Then, without a care, his soul left Sky-Penetrating Palace. Unlike any of his previous short departures, he took all of his soul power with him this time. It was almost the same as completely giving up on this place. During the entire process, he didn't even look at the star-twining python. He left Sky-Penetrating Palace to Zhuang Qingqian, which meant that he left Song Hengjiang completely for Zhuang Qingqian to deal with. But he himself escaped into the first inner palace. Facing Zhuang Qingqian's advance, he retreated step by step. He wasn't retreating, but stalling for time. The reason his battle with Zhuang Qingqian had reached its climax so quickly wasn't because Zhuang Qingqian was in a hurry. In fact, during the entire battle, he had been speeding up. Because he was in a hurry. Because he knew that Song Hengjiang would return very soon. In order to fight with the imaginary Jiang Yin, he had made many preparations. Soul Flame Sparrow, Ethereal Palace, Long Thought Sword Spirit, Red Makeup Mirror. Because of his insufficient cultivation, his preparations weren't perfect. So he had always been very tolerant of Jiang Yin. Many times, he seemed to have forgotten the existence of this evil guest in sky-penetrating palace. But in reality, he had never been tolerant of or trusted Jiang Yin, who had always tried to influence his will. He was only tolerant because he wasn't confident. On that rainy night outside Xian and city, when the heart demon was born, he realized that the time for the final battle had come. In his earliest plan, he wanted to defeat Jiang Yin in the shortest amount of time and then escape. If these methods didn't work, then it meant that he wasn't a match for Jiang Yin, then he would find an opponent for Jiang Yin. Even if Jiang Yin killed him and successfully took over his body, Song Hengjiang could still kill Jiang Yin. After becoming an inner mansion cultivator, even if sky-penetrating palace collapsed, his soul could still survive in the inner mansion. As long as his physical body wasn't destroyed, he still had a chance to find a way to repair sky-penetrating palace. The premise was that he could retake control of his body and convince Song Hengjiang to stop before Song Hengjiang destroyed Jiang Yan's soul and destroyed this body. This was undoubtedly very difficult, and the chances of success were extremely slim. But it was better than being silently destroyed by Jiang Yin. This was a risk he had no choice but to take. Having a choice was better than not having a choice. The change in sky-penetrating palace happened in an instant. Zhuang Qingqian had no time to track Jiang Wang's soul origin. He had already controlled his body to let go of Song Wanshi and left the stone platform. Because Song Hengjiang's fist was coming. This water lord of Qing River's fist pierced through space and appeared next to Song Wanshi, who had her eyes closed, occupying Zhuang Qingqian's previous position. He carefully looked at Song Wanshi. Seeing that she didn't suffer any fatal injuries, he turned around and looked coldly at Zhuang Qingqian. I will give you 10 breaths of time to explain everything to me. The person in front of him gave him a very complicated feeling. The other dodging his fist was indeed because he had intentionally controlled his power and was afraid of affecting Song Wanshi. It also displayed the other's extremely high realm. But the strength of this person's aura was definitely not higher than that of the outer mansion. His physical body was clearly very young. It wasn't the kind of youth that stopped because of cultivation, but the kind of youth that wasn't very old. But the vicissitudes of life in the depths of his eyes made it seem like he had lived for a very long time. Those were definitely not the eyes of a young person. Also, he didn't know why, but he felt a strange sense of familiarity from this unfamiliar young person. This was also why he gave the other a chance to speak. Of course, this was on the premise that Song Wanshi hadn't really suffered any injuries. Zhuang Qingqian was very clear that he was definitely not Song Hengjiang's match. Song Wanshi only had strength and no intelligence. That was why he was able to defeat the strong as the weak. Song Hengjiang was a true expert. He was once an existence that was close to insightful truth. He definitely wasn't an existence that he could surpass with just his past realm. So he didn't say anything else and directly begged for mercy. I have mistakenly entered this place and offended you. But Waterlord, I saved the life of your daughter, Song Qingji. Chapter 725. Song Hengjiang frowned, clearly surprised by this turn of events. Qingji, he asked. Zhuang Chengqian retracted the arrogance in his eyes and tried to make himself appear more innocent and youthful. He said sincerely, "I am a student of Maplewood City's Dao College. My surname is Jiang, and my name is Wang. When something happened in Maplewood City, I risked my life to save the little princess. You should know about this." He very naturally took the credit for Jiang Wang's efforts. In the first inner mansion, Jiang Wang was so angry his soul was about to explode. What kind of bullshit founding ancestor was this? He was too shameless. He stole his body and took his credit. He had originally planned to use this to save his life after Song Hengjiang destroyed Zhuang Chengqian's soul. Song Hengjiang was silent for a while, then asked, "What's with the marks on the blood-striped sarcophagus?" This was also what puzzled him the most. Whether it was intentional or not, the other should have been careful when entering such a secret place. Why would he destroy the environment and leave marks? Although the marks were very small, in the eyes of a powerful person like him, it was too obvious. "I accidentally entered this place and saw the Yin demon. I was very nervous and didn't know this place had an owner." Zhuang Chengqian had a bitter expression. Seeing the strangeness of the blood-striped sarcophagus, I couldn't help but touch it. His expression was so natural and flawless. It was enough to show that he had already completed control of this body in the shortest amount of time. Just like how Jiang Wang had been preparing to deal with him. In order to better control this body, he had secretly made a lot of preparations. Song Hengjiang was expressionless and said, "Let's not talk about how you accidentally entered this place. Tell me, how did you hide from me?" As he spoke, he stood in front of Song Wanshi. It was enough to show how much he valued this family member, even if she had already become a demon and was no longer a member of the Water Clan. "I also don't know how I hid from the Water Lord. I only saw how mysterious this place was, so I carefully observed it. In that magnificent cave, I searched everywhere and somehow touched a bronze mirror. I actually entered the Clear River Mansion." Zhuang Chengqian answered fluently as if he didn't even need to think. Everything he said was the truth. Jiang Wang, who was in the number 1 inner mansion, was amazed by his ability to talk nonsense. In the underwater demon cave, Zhuang Chengqian continued to speak with fear and trepidation. "Due to the water god's authority, I did not dare to stay in the underwater residence for too long. After fumbling around for a long time, he finally found a way to return to this place. I really don't know how I managed to hide from you." In his words, everything was a freak combination of factors. Just as he entered the water mansion, Zhuang Gaoxian, Song Hengjiang, and the others entered as well. When he returned, Song Hengjiang and the others had already left. He didn't even know that Zhuang Gaoxian, Song Hengjiang, and the others had been here before. He was ignorant and pure, reliable and ignorant. "You're really lucky." The wrinkles on Song Hengjiang's face moved, but there was not much emotion in his cloudy eyes. "Did you kill Dong Ah?" He quickly recalled the reason why Du Ruhui had forced his way in. Now, it seemed that it might not be an excuse. The strange young man in front of him was most likely Dong Ah's murderer, and Du Ruhui had really tracked him here. The moment he heard Song Hengjiang's question, Zhuang Chengqian's expression changed. He became angry, brave, and unyielding. But there was also a hint of pain in his eyes that could not be wiped away. It was very vivid. His voice trembled as he said, "Yes. Dong Ah was my teacher, I killed him with my own hands." He gritted his teeth and suppressed his hatred. Because he colluded with Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui to use the people of Maplewood City as the price to exchange for the White Bone True Pill. He failed in his duty as an official, his teacher failed in his virtue, and he lost his morals as a person. If I don't kill him, I will not be at ease. So that's how it is. Song Hengjiang's eyes moved. He finally knew the truth of Maplewood City. Of course, he did not care about Maplewood City. He cared about the choice Zhuang Gaoxian had made in this matter. There should be information on the White Bone Path in King Zhuang's palace. It is not strange that they know about the White Bone True Pill, he said to himself. As a ruler, how can you abandon your people? Zhuang Chengxian said angrily. I believe that Water Lord will not abandon the people of the water race. He was so angry and pained. Even Jiang Wang himself might not be able to reproduce such emotions. Song Hengjiang shook his head. The human race is different from the water race. It is not easy for the water race to reproduce. What is the difference? Zhuang Chengxian interrupted him. The human race and the water race have an ancient alliance. We are as close as brothers. What I can't stand the most are those who discriminate against the water race. They forget their roots, especially the water race of Qing River. We have shed so much blood and sacrificed so much for the Zhuang country. Have they all forgotten? Song Hengjiang had clearly expressed that the human race had an easier time reproducing than the water race. They outnumbered the water race and had more room to sacrifice. However, Zhuang Chengxian involved the rights of the two races. At this moment, he was acting like an idealist. He insisted on equal rights for the human race and the water race. He remembered the history of the water race's sacrifice and firmly protected the rights of the water race. Song Hengjiang was a water lord who thought for the water race. He clearly hoped that there would be more and more people like this in the human race. Without considering other factors, this image created in a few words could greatly increase his safety. Zhuang Chengxian was simply taking the right medicine for the problem and catering to his taste. As expected, Song Hengjiang's expression softened. Zhuang Chengxian continued, "This has been my principle all along. When I was in danger in Maplewood City, I did not consider the difference between the human race and the water race. I saved whoever was closest to me. Only then could I save the little princess safely." His eyes reddened. "But none of my fellow apprentices. I have to thank you on behalf of Qingji," Song Hengjiang said slowly. "This is what I should do. Anyone with a conscience should do this." Zhuang Chengxian spoke sincerely. "Actually, before this, I saved a lady called Xiao Shuang from the water manor. At that time, a human cultivator kidnapped her. His goal was to extract her Dao Meridian. Naturally, I could not stand such a vicious act. Thus, I fought with my life. Now that I think about it, perhaps I should have seen the true colors of Zhuang Ting at that time. They could even harm an ally like the water race who fought for the country. They did not care about oaths, promises, or true feelings. Why would they care about the common people? In the end, I was too naive in the past. That was why I could not prevent the tragedy from happening." As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Men did not easily shed tears because they had not yet reached the point of sadness. He shed tears for his family and friends in Maplewood City. He appeared to be in more pain than the person in this body. He was not at all afraid that Song Hengjiang would find Xiao Shuang to confront him. It would even be best if he could find Xiao Shuang, because what he said could be completely true. Song Hengjiang's expression softened. "This is not your fault, child." Jiang Wang from the first inner mansion could not bear it anymore. He had lured Song Hengjiang here to make the tiger fight the wolf and create a chance for himself to escape. In the end, not only did the tiger and wolf not fight to the death, they even started chatting here. Moreover, looking at the situation, if they continued chatting, the two might become sworn brothers again and become friends despite their age difference. He gritted his teeth, planning to return to Tong Tian Palace and interrupt Zhuang Chengxian's performance. Then, he heard Song Hengjiang suddenly change the topic. "But you should not have appeared here." Before he finished speaking, his aura changed abruptly. His fist punched out again, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. The power belonging to a top Shen arriving realm elite completely suppressed the space around Zhuang Chengxian. He could see that Zhuang Qingqian's realm was higher than his strength. Therefore, he used his strength to suppress him, not giving him any chance to resist. He truly wanted to kill. He was truly grateful to the youth in front of him for saving Song Qingji and for thinking about the Water Clan. However, he really wanted to kill him. Although the youth's performance was impeccable, and even someone like him who had seen countless people could not tell the truth from the fake. However, he did not believe that the youth's goal in coming to the underwater demon cave was so simple. He did not believe in entering by mistake or coincidence, and the underwater demon cave could not have any accident. Therefore, even if Zhuang Qingqian had said so much and performed so perfectly, after obtaining the answer he wanted to know, he still attacked without hesitation. For the sake of the entire Xinjiang Water Clan's future, all accidents should be eliminated. No matter what they were. He punched out. Therefore, the sound of the tide rose, the river surged, and death approached. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.